Tonight, go to the condition of the track here in front of the grandstand. They'll only be starting.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, from Hicksville, Ohio, the Defiance County Fair. Ohio Fair Racing Conference action. I'm Doug Ballinger, joined by Matt Clark and Hall of Fame race announcer Roger Houston. First time to Hicksville, Roger?
First time here. I've been in this area before when I was in college days, but I've never been to the fairgrounds before.
We got 14 big ones tonight. Post time just minutes away. Our official start of tonight. You see in the turn, getting things lined up, is Mike Wepkenberg.
Got one out and 4 to go. Maybe 2 out.
We were told they're going to score 4 wide tonight. They usually score 5 wide. I'm sure you can see on Matt's camera when he takes a shot of it throughout the evening, you're going to see pretty much of a slop right there at the bottom where.
That's the result of the rain that
Yes.
canceled the races yesterday.
Those races that were scheduled for yesterday will go at 10 a.m. on this Saturday. 10 a.m. Saturday, the makeup card.
You'll have to set the alarm clock to get
I
up
will
here.
have to set the alarm clock. Yes, I will. I will be here with Susan Schroeder
And the reason
Saturday morning.
Reason I guess 10 a.m. is because of the tractor pull.
Tractor pull we heard later in the afternoon or
They want to
early evening.
They want to wrap things up before they start conditioning the area for the tractor pull.
I've been here I was to Hicksville probably in the 70, 72, 3 time frame, race ponies here. But it's been, we had a time getting there, a lot of back roads and a lot of bridges out.
One thing here, going to have a good view of the horse race tonight, folks, because there's very little items in the infield. Probably the least number that I've seen this year at any of the county fairs I've been to.
Decent crowd, pretty nice crowd. It's like a football evening. We both got jackets on.
Still need 2 more horses here for race
2
1.
more. We got 3 out, need 2. Tomorrow evening we'll be at Greenville, the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association.
6
We'll be
p.m.
at Greenville at 6, yes, 6 o'clock start. Instead of the 6:30 with 15 races, it'll be a 6 o'clock post time tomorrow night at Greenville.
Barn area is to our right from the grandstand.
I think maybe our final horse is making his way to the track. Kicking things off tonight with 2-year-old filly trot. Must be 3 divisions for $4,794. Be a field of 5.
And I doubt that we're going to have an infield tote board because they've been working frantically for the last half hour and no tote board as yet.
Well, I see 1, 2, 3, still only 3, 4. 4 need 1 more. Post time is just a minute away. We're all out here. We're all out. We'll get you a sticker down the road here.
Do we have stickers?
Not meant, just 1 or 2 I got in my bag.
I think the OHHA will allow my initials.
They might.
I got to fix Bill's sound. I got nothing here.
Okay.
Well, let's look at the field here. 2-year-old filly trotters, beginning with 1 Hillcat Pierce Henry drives for Bruce Walls. Bruce owns in partnership with Gina Bullman and Dalton Walls. 2-year-old bay Phillip at Watt the Hill was an $11,000 purchase. 6 starts this year. Roger has a 2nd and 4 thirds. Last time out at Napoleon finished 3rd. Trotted a mile in 2:06 and 4.
The 2 horse is Lila Flicka, a 2-year-old filly by Long Tom, owned by Gregory Diamond, who's also the trainer and the driver of this filly. 8 starts with a win, 2 seconds and a third. The win occurred 3 back at Bowling Green by a length and a quarter. Final panel 31-4 and was timed individually in 2:06-4, which is the filly's lifetime mark, of course. It's banked $5,500 this year and was a $9,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale.
Drew Neal drives the 3, Tom's Queen for Rosie Weaver, owned by Heartland Acres and Rosie Weaver and Gabby D. of Hudson, Ohio. This 2-year-old bay filly by Long Tom was a $35,000 Ohio Select purchase out of the Master Lebec mare, Queen of Lebec. 9 starts, has 3 wins, 2 seconds, a third, right at $15,000, 3 back. A winner 207, 2 back 202 at Croton. That mile 202 at Croton was a track record for 2-year-old filly trotters.
The 4 horse is Man, I'm Sassy, a 2-year-old filly but Long Tom. Herman Hagerman trains. Emmanuel Miller is the driver. Anthony Miller and Hagerman Racing are the owners. 8 starts, 2 wins and a third. Took the mark at Croton in 2:06, and that was 2 back on August the 9th. The other win occurred at Bowling Green in 2:07-3. This one was a $13,000 purchase.
5, Suavecito, Clifton Bell for Chris Beaver. This is a homebred 2-year-old bay filly by Muscle Up the Goal out of the Iron Nuke mare, Sunrise Nibbles. Chris Beaver of Radnor, Ohio, and Stephen Z. Handler own. 6 starts for Suavecito. Has 3 thirds this year, 3,100 in earnings. 2 back, was 3rd at Burita, 3 back, finished 3rd at Northfield Park. Fastest mile so far trotted this year was at Northfield in 2:01.
And the 5 horses are headed to the starting gate, the Mike Wokenberg starting gate here at the Hicksville Fairgrounds.
Defiance County.
Defiance
County. Yeah. Bill Peters, our announcer tonight.
It's rolling now. Here they come. Here, off and trotting, the first horse away is Me and I'm Sassy. Up on the outside second comes Tom's Queen. Down at the rail third is Hillcat. Between horses fourth is Suavecito Soul. And the last horse after going off stride is Little Flicka. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Emmanuel Miller has Man I'm Sassy on the lead by 2 lengths. Trotting second is Suavecito Soul, driven by Clifton Bell. Up on the outside third is Tom's Queen, driven by Drew Neal. Fourth is Hillcat, driven by Pierce Henry. And farther back fifth is Little Flicka, driven by Greg Diamond. Past that quarter-mile mark, down Tom's Queen takes over, and back to second is Me and I'm Sassy. First quarter trotted in 31 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Tom's Queen by about 5 lengths. Trotting in their second is Me and I'm Sassy. Suavecito Soul trots third. Fourth is Hillcat, and then comes Little Flicka. Coming to the half-mile mark, that's Drew Neal and Tom's Queen bringing the horses down to the half. 4 lengths back second is Me and I'm Sassy. Suavecito Soul right there third. Fourth, that is Hillcat, and fifth is Little Flicka. First half trotted in 1 minute and 1/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside and race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Tom's Queen. The closest horse second is Man I'm Sassy. Along the rail third is Suavecito Soul. On the outside fourth is Hillcat, and trailing is Little Flicka. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. That's still Tom's Queen with the lead. Man, I'm Sassy still trotting second. Suavecito Soul third along the rail now. Fourth on the outside. That's Hillcat. 3/4 trotted in 1:31 and 4/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. Still with the lead, that's Tom's Queen. Still racing second is Man, I'm Sassy, and up on the outside third is Suavecito Soul. As they race for home, that's Tom's Queen and Suavecito Soul closing fast. Tom's Queen and Suavecito Soul. It's going to be Tom's Queen, and here they all come. Suavecito Soul up for place, up for show is Man, I'm Sassy. A mile and 2:04.
So the winner is Tom's Queen. Drew Neal driving for Rosie Weaver, and that I think is number 51 wins this year at the county fairs. And of course, Drew Neal, what was that figure I did the book last night? 85 wins this year at the fairs. I said close to that. Anyway.
Okay.
He's got a 9-win lead over Hank LeBan.
I knew we thought it was something 2 or 3 years ago when Ronnie Gillespie went over 100, 105, 6 or so.
Yeah. And we got, what, about 22 fairs to go yet?
Most probably, yes. Here comes Rosie Weaver and crew.
No golf cart. Rosie's having to walk to the winner's circle. And I believe that's Katie, one of her caretakers with her as well.
Tom's Queen, the 2-year-old bay filly by Long Tom out of the Master Levesque mare. Queen of Levesque. Roger, it'd be 4 in a row.
4 in a row in Ohio.
$35,000 Ohio Select purchase. You should run down and get your picture taken, but the bad thing is you got to come back up the steps.
I'll pass.
Fractions of 31, minute and a fifth, 1:31 and 4, 2:04 for Tom's Queen. As we mentioned last week at Croton, she broke the track record for 2-year-old filly trotters.
Tom's Queen, owned by Heartland Acres, Rosie Weaver, and Cabby D LLC, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven to victory this evening by the Prince Edward Island rangeman, Drew Neal. Got a blanket coming there, Jane, there's a blanket coming. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Hicksville Bank. Let's have a big hand here for Rosie Weaver, Drew Neal, and Tom's Queen, and to the Hicksville Bank, the donors of the blanket.
Have the complete order of finish momentarily.
To placings for race 1 from the top. Number 1, Hillcat was 4th. Number 2, Little Flicka was 5th. Number 3, Tom's Queen was a winner. Number 4, Man, I'm Sassy was 3rd. Number 5, Suavecito Soul was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 31 seconds. The half was in a minute and 1/5. The 3/4 in 1:31 and 4/5 with a mile in 2:04. From the top it should read 4, 5, 1, 3, 2 on the bottom, a mile in 2:04.
Well, up next, 3-year-old Colt Pace. First of 2 divisions for $6,820. Roger, we're scratched down to a field of 4. We're going to scratch the 5, Peanut Fear. We'll be back to take a look at these 4 3-year-old Colt Pacers right after these messages.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at BigD'sWeb.com. Sign up for text messaging and receive $10 off your order. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Back here at the Defiance County Fairgrounds in Hicksville, Ohio. The 3-year-old Colt Pacers are up next. We've got 2 divisions tonight, each division going for $6,820. In this second race, scratch the 5-horse Peanut Fear. Now the Ersham stable has been scratched. I think they said announced it was transportation reasons. So we'll have 4 to go to the post in the 3-year-old Colt Pace coming up.
A lot of action coming up here this week. Tomorrow night we'll both be at Dark County. Gene Regal night, Jim Beakey Trot. Post time, as you mentioned, moved up to 6 o'clock with 15 races tomorrow night. The Regal format has changed. It's not an open pace. The Regal is the 3-year-old partial. I'm correct on that, I believe, right?
All right.
And the Arnie Almahurst now becomes the Jim Beakey Trot. That's for 3-year-old partial futurity trotters. Jim Beakey, we'll touch on him. So much that he has, in his lifetime, what he's for the agriculture and harness racing in Ohio.
Jim Beakey and I go back a long way into the early 60s. And our first remembrance was the Beakey Packing Company of Greenville, Ohio. And they traveled all of the county fairs. I think it was 17 county fairs, if I remember correctly, with a 6-pony horse hitch. And the signature was, when the show was over doing figure eights and things like that, sending them down the racetrack at a full clip.
Oh, yeah. And the driver was, I can't think of his first name, but last name was Beisner. And he had the Dalmatian up on top.
Yeah. But that was from my remembrance. It seems like everywhere I went.
You'd have to read that. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
So that would have been in the 60s because I did it when I took over for you in the 70s.
Yeah. Jim Beakey, I can remember telling a little story on him. The infield judges stand at that time was that where they got the winner's circle and things like that out there now. But we had an infield judges stand, and there was a hole in the floor of the judges stand. And Beakey would bring a bag of peanuts and feed the mice or the rats or whatever, stick their head up, waiting for the peanuts from Jim Beakey.
Good old days.
A lot of fond memories for those days back in the 60s and the partial fraternities.
Yes.
It's been a mainstay and been a lot of great horses. J-Time, of course, is the #1 local horse and such, and many other Regal horses there. But
Well, the story I got on J-Time, you was my favorite announcer, and there's a drive-in theater between Salina and Greenville, and I was a sophomore or senior in high school, and my wife and I was going to go to the drive-in, but I talked her into going to Greenville to listen to Roger Houston call races.
Boy, she was madder than heck.
Yeah. Well, she's happy now with my part-time job, but I wanted to go listen to you call races, and J-Time going against Batman that night. That was something. That was unheard about. That was about like we thought that record would never be broke. That was in '72, 59-3.
I thought it was 59-4, but
59-4, but
could have been 59-3.
But Charlie May at Greenville won 52 years ago. That will stand probably for.
By the way, I saw a Charlie May T-shirt here in the grandstand tonight. Couple Little Brown Jug T-shirts as well. You know, it's amazing. We were talking before we went on the air. The amount of miles put in by Horsemen to race at county fairs.
Oh, yeah.
Just because you asked about where Rosie's stabled at, Beach City, Ohio. How far was that, do you say, 3.5 hours?
3.5 hours.
Wow.
Yep.
So you figure that was at least 150, 160 miles.
There's Ratcliffe, one of our announcers at the fairs, good friend of ours. He announces something before, and it's kind of interesting, where all the, these horse people, the money they spend.
Oh, yeah.
At restaurants, at gas stations, what it all means for the economy throughout the state.
Yeah. Billions.
Yes. Oh, yes. And it's just getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
There is no place like Ohio for any kind of racing, especially county fair racing.
Yeah. And to even go nationally, when we did a freshman focus with Mickey Burke Jr., they have 16 truck and trailer combinations, shipping horses all over the United States and Canada. And
even though
I think the number of miles was somewhere around 500,000 to 700,000 miles.
Everybody thinks of him as mainly a Pennsylvania Meadows guy. He doesn't hit the county fairs in Ohio, but Scioto Downs, Northfield Park, all the Sire Stakes.
And he's always in, if not the leading trainer, he's usually second. Virgil Morgan kind of dominates at Scioto.
We need the number 1 horse, legendary photo.
But they all,
The last horse is on
your drivers, all of your drivers start out at the fairs. David Miller, I can remember for Susie Tell, It's a Date. He broke the track record. Before anybody ever heard of David Miller, he lived in the tack room at Urbana, was grooming horses. He drove It's a Date that night, probably in the real early 80s, and broke the track record.
You know who gave David Miller his start as a trainer?
I wouldn't have a clue.
Ed Tell.
Ed Tell, okay.
Big Bad John fame.
I bring him along slowly.
I think he gave him 5 horses to start out his training career.
Well, I'm sure that's where It's a Date was probably one of them.
Yeah.
Here we got a post-parade, Roger. Let's go to Bill Peters.
Given in memory of Alan Elliott. One is legendary photo, owned by Stephen Reese of Republic, Ohio, and J&R Racing of Rising Sun, Ohio, trained by Jamie Weller and the driver Rod Adams Jr. Number 2 is Waffles Again SBGR, owned by Saved by Grace Ranch of Dayton, Ohio, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 3 is Believe in Tom, owned by Jerry Migel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 4 is Bounding Delight, owned by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and Heartland Acres of Wauhunding, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. At number 5, Peanut Fear has been drawn. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate. Mutual.
Well, it's a field of 4 for the second 3-year-old colt pace, $6,820. We're going to scratch the 5, Peanut Fear. Rod Adams Jr. will drive the 1, Legendary Photo. Jamie Weller trains this 3-year-old Bagel, the son of Bit of a Legend, a $13,000 purchase 2 years ago. 10 starts in the year, has a second 2/3, $3,400, $9,800 lifetime Last time out, did not finish it. Napoleon was pulled up. I remember that very well. It happened in the opening turn. I was there on the OHHA broadcast. That was actually a week ago tonight. 2 back, finished 5th at Attica, pacing a mile in 2:03 and 2. The one legendary photo.
Do you have any idea what SBGR is?
No, I don't.
The 2 horses, Waffles Again, SBGR.
Well, you know Mike Sweeney pretty well, so you'll probably can dig into that.
Well, he's not going to save me tonight.
No, he's not going to save
Saved
me
by
tonight.
Grace Ranch. That's it. Saved by Grace Ranch.
It's Matt Clark.
Matt Clark.
Hey, I got to say, you're just like Jay Wolf. We had a question on the way down, and I said, call Jay Wolf. And he came up with the answer. Roger thought, and I did.
Waffles Again, SBGR.
Yes.
Emmanuel Miller drives for Mike Sweeney, a 3-year-old gelding with Western Vintage. 4 third-place finishes in 14 starts. Of the last 6, 3 of those are third-place finishes. The latest occurred at Croton, timed in 2:05-1 with a final quarter 31-1. Last effort was at Napoleon, finishing 4th, final panel in 30 seconds, and was timed individually at 2:03-2. This is a homebred.
3, Believe in Tom, Mark St. Louis Jr., Steve Novak, 3-year-old Bay Gutter, son of a long Tom, Jerry Mogul owns. 5 wins and 11 starts for the 3, Believe in Tom.
The 4, Bounding Delight by Fear of the Dragon, Rosie Weaver and Drew Neal. 4 of 14 on the year, 159-4 at Athens. Comes into this race off a win at Rock Springs. Bill Peters with a call.
Here, off and pacing the first horse away is Believe in Tom. Up on the outside, second is Bounding Delight. And the third is Waffles Again, SBGR. The last horse is Legendary Photo. As they make the turn now to head down the backside of the race over to that quarter-mile mark, Mark St. Louis has Believe in Tom on top by 2.5 lengths. Pacing second is Bounding Delight, driven by Drew Neal. Third, that is Waffles Again, SBGR, driven by Emmanuel Miller. The last horse, Legendary Photo, driven by Rod Adams Jr. Going to that quarter-mile mark, that's still Believe in Tom with a lead, followed closely by Bounding Delight. First quarter pace in 31 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's Believe in Tom by 2 lengths. Bounding Delight still pacing in there second, followed by Waffles Again, SBGR third, and fourth is Legendary Photo. No change as they race down to the half. That's Mark St. Louis and Believe in Tom bringing the horses down to the half. Drew Neal sits in the golden chair second with Bounding Delight. Racing third, Waffles Again, SBGR, followed by Legendary Photo. Past that half-mile mark, that's still Believe in Tom with the lead. First half paced in 1:03 3/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Believe in Tom. The closest horse second is Bounding Delight. Third is Waffles Again, SBGR, and Legendary Photo trails. The pace picks up as they go toward that 3/4 mile mark. It's still Believe in Tom by 2 lengths. Bounding Delight, not going away second. Racing third, Waffles Again, SBGR with Legendary Photo fourth. 3/4 in 1:33 4/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for paydirt, still Believe in Tom will lead, but closing with every stride is Bounding Delight. Believe in Tom and Bounding Delight as they race through the lane. Believe in Tom at the rail, Bounding Delight up on the outside. Believe in Tom and Bounding Delight. It's got to be Believe in Tom, and here they all come. Bounding Delight up for place. Up for third is Waffles Again, SBGR. A mile in 2:01 4/5.
Wow. Last half.
Wow, yes, you are right. Wow.
58-1. The last quarter in 28 seconds. A mile 2:01 4 for Believe in Tom. 3-year-old at Gelding. Now wait a minute. This is a pacing race.
Yes.
Look at the sire. I didn't notice that. Long Tom.
Yeah, a long Tom.
A long
and
Tom.
it's a homebred by
Long
Jerry
Tom
Major.
Pacer. Out of the mare Believe in Waco. Now 6 of 12. came into this race off a win by 6 lengths and 59-4 at Napoleon. Bounding Delight, who could not catch him.
83,000 lifetime for this homebred.
Yeah. Wow. Believe in Tom. A long Tom pacer. I think that's the first I've seen of a pacer by a long Tom. And I doubt that this was a mistake. Maybe intentionally. After this year's Hambletonian, I think you're going to see a lot more pacing mares bred to trotting stallions and things like that.
It very well could be.
Yeah.
To the winner's circle, where the winners go. Coming in from Westland, Michigan, comes number 3, Believe in Tom. Owned by Jerry Migel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, and driven to victory this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. Now the blanket for this race is given in memory of Alan Elliott. Alan was a longtime horseman here at the Defiance County Fair grounds. He's the only Defiance County driver ever to drive in the Little Brown Jug. Alan drove High Bay in the 1956 Little Brown Jug. And I have that sulky that he used out in my shed at home, and also have his driving colors at home. And his daughter, Virginia, is there in the wheelchair. She's 97 years old. She's here for the trophy presentation of her father's blanket. Let's have a big hand here for Steve Novak, Mark St. Louis, Nicole Novak, Braden and Brian Novak, and the family of Alan Elliott for giving this blanket in Alan's memory.
Those that are not aware, Mark St. Louis Jr. was our winningest driver last year at the fairs and had a shot at Ronnie Gillespie's record, but he said he didn't have any drives at in Hollywood Dayton when they had the
fair finals, or the fair, their fair racing.
Yeah. And so it kept him from even having any kind of a shot to break that record.
Half was in 103 and 3/5. The 3/4 in 133 and 4/5. With a mile in 201 and 4/5. From the top it should read 4-3-1-2 scratch. A mile in 201 and 4/5 that last quarter in 28 seconds. And the upcoming race 3, number 3, Olive Hill, make the driver Rod Adams Jr. Rod.
So the third race is for 2-year-old colt trotters. It's known as the Glenn Vance Memorial. Carries a purse of $6,930. The 2-year-old colt trotters to go postal with a field of 5 in the third at the Defiance County Fair. Back here in Hicksville after these messages.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead's sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year, Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K Hanover by world record holder Wallner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Back here at Hicksville, Ohio, Roger Houston, Doug Ballinger, Matt Clark. I'd like to thank our sponsors bringing you tonight's action. Wouldn't be possible without them. Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center, Big D Tack and Vet Supply, Power Play Farm, Dublin Valley Farm, Hickory Lane Farm, Stable.ca, Midland Acres, Cool Wind Farm, Ohio Farm Bureau, NAC Vitamins. A big thank you to all of these sponsors. When I go through there and mention Hickory Lane Farm, Midland Acres, Cool Wind Farm, Dublin Valley Farm, the sales are coming up, Roger. The first yearling sale will be Tuesday. It'll be the Blooded Horse sale at Springfield, Ohio. So
And, of course, the big sale right before the Little Brown Jug on a Friday before racing starts on Sunday.
The Ohio Select sale. And then Steve Cross will have his Buckeye Classic sale roughly the first Tuesday or so in October. You get around too. You got a Charlie May shirt on.
That's the one I pointed out early in the broadcast. That means he was at Greenville.
Where is Charlie May? Talking about Charlie May, he didn't race last week at Scioto. I don't know where he would be.
Doug, I've only been home a couple days in the last 3 weeks, so I have no idea. Always like to see John Kineski, and he's had 2 in tonight, but one of them's already been scratched. But his favorite trotter.
That looks like a colt there. Stony Ridge Top, I'm sure that's not Stony Ridge Top. He's probably
got more than
5 or 6. That's got to be a 2-year-old trotter, a 3-year-old trotter. He just looks too young for Stony Ridge Top.
Oh, you can now tell ages of horses.
Yeah.
I've never.
You can't. You can.
I didn't go to school for that.
Okay. John Kineski, the director on the
anyway, Stony Ridge Stop is number 2, so that's number 5.
Okay.
Maybe that's the horse he scratched. I think that's the horse they scratched, maybe.
Okay, maybe he's just going to get him out here to be around company and different things, and don't know. Yeah, he scratched because of had Coggins, but it expired. So.
Yeah.
As we mentioned, last night's card was canceled here because of rain. It will be made up on Saturday morning. 11 races, I believe, at 10 o'clock. Matt Clark, myself, and Susan Schroeder will be here Saturday morning at 10. Roger and Susan will be on set tomorrow night at Greenville at 6 o'clock post. Roger will be calling some of the races. As we mentioned, a big night at Greenville tomorrow. Remember, it is a 6 o'clock post, not 6:30. 15 races. Post time will be at 6.
It's wild today because the weather is identical in Greenville that we've got up here tonight. We haven't seen the sun all day long in the state of Ohio, I don't think.
As we mentioned, when we got out of the car, it's about like a football evening in October here.
They may have had some sun over at Woodsfield this afternoon for their races, but we have not had any sun when it comes to Greenville and Van Wert. And got a chance to see the Van Wert Fairgrounds for the first time in my life. Doug took me on a guided tour, so to speak.
How many fairgrounds have you been, would you guess?
37.
You've been to 37 out of the 6.
I've announced at 37.
You've announced at 37.
Yeah.
Now, can you count this?
No.
You don't count this as.
No.
But how many fairgrounds actually have you been on without announcing them?
38.
38. Okay. Okay.
This might be the only one I can think of. I've announced
Slina. You announced a matinee at Slina, but not a fair. But yeah.
You know, it's funny.
They're parading
I don't
here.
know how, I've announced it more.
Of Sherwood. Number 1 is What Luck, owned and trained by Ernie Ayers of Sand Creek, Michigan, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 2 is Long Time Coming, owned by Mark Martin of Willard, Ohio, Courtney Stockmaster of Bellevue, Ohio, Jim Mays of Bucyrus, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 3 is Olive Hill, owned by Chris Easterday of Bucyrus, Ohio, trained by Carl Easterday Jr., the driver Rod Adams Jr. Number 4 is What Say You, owned by Joel Shivak of Woodville, Ohio, and Suzanne Bates of Gibsonburg, Ohio, trained by Ty Bates, the driver Dan Venier. At number 5 is Hunt Club, owned, trained and driven by John Kineski III of Pemberville. Horses will take one long.
Real quick here before we get in to look at this field, David Myrick sent in Charlie May is in Saturday night at Scioto. He drew post 1. in the $100,000 Send It In Invitational. So Charlie finally draws in. Boy, he usually has not much luck at post position draws.
Let's take a look at them here in the third. 2-year-old colt trotters. The one is What Luck. Ernest Ayers is the owner trainer. Greg Bateson, the driver. This 2-year-old gelding, but What the Hill, has won 4 of 7. 3 seconds. So he's hit the board first or second in all 7 starts. Had a 3-race win scheme going with Tiffin, Bowling Green, and Attica. Then Napoleon finished second, beaten 5 lengths, timed in 2:06 and 2. Final quarter 29 and 2 in his last effort. This is a homebred.
2, long time coming. Drew Neal for Rosie Weaver. A $34,000 Ohio Select purchase is owned by M.A. Martin, Stockmaster, Jay Mays, and Rosie Weaver. 6 starts this year, has 2 seconds and 2/3, little over 11,000 this year.
3 is Olive Hill. Chris Easterday, the owner. Carl Easterday Jr. is the trainer. Rod Allens Jr. gets the catch drive here. Another homebred. 2-year-old gelding, but What the Hill, 7 starts, 2 wins in a second. Is just under 10,000 in earnings this season. Took a qualifying win at Northfield in 2:05. Was 3rd in the last effort at Northfield. I'm wrong horse. Was 7th in his last effort at Northfield. Was a winner 2 back at Attica in 2:10 and 2 on the half there. Final quarter 30 3/5. Olive Hill, another homebred.
4, What Say You? Dan Veneer will pick up the drive for trainer Tyler Bates. 2-year-old Bay Gold, son of a Long Tom, a $14,000 purchase. 8 starts, has 3 wins, a second and a third. 12,000 this year. Qualifying time back on the 30th of June at Sauda Downs, 1:59 and 1.
And you do know the age of horses just looking at them, because that was Hunt Club.
I got a good eye.
John Kineski. Well, I'm half blind. John Kineski, the third trainer and driver, and the owner as well. 2-year-old gelding, but Long Tom. 7 starts, a win, a second, 2/3, 2:10 and 1 at Bowling Green. A winner 3 back at Bowling Green. Last effort was at Napoleon, finishing 4th. Final quarter 31 and 2, mile and 2:08 and 3/5. Shows breaks though in 2 of the last 4 outings. This was a $10,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale.
So the field of trotters completing their score. They'll be getting ready to go to the gate. Very nice crowd on hand tonight. Be a big crowd tomorrow night, I'm hoping, for the big races at Greenville.
A lot of youngsters here tonight.
Yes.
You'd almost think it's family night. And there's also a large crowd in the beer garden.
Yes. Yes, there is, right down to our right. I guess you could call that the clubhouse.
Well, yeah, it's located right near the mutual windows as well, isn't it?
Yes.
And they did not get the tote board in operation.
No, they didn't. I know they have a tote board. I believe they are furnishing the tote board for the meet in Michigan. I'd heard. So after you leave Greenville, you go back to Pennsylvania for a couple days, and then you're headed to, is it the West Virginia State Fair?
No. It's the Shenandoah County Fair in Woodstock, Virginia.
Woodstock, Virginia, okay.
I've been going down there for about 10 years now. I haven't announced some at their fall meet, but not many times. But it's a regular stop on my trip. The one thing that's a little tough is that we race Friday afternoon, and I got to be at Canfield Saturday morning. So that makes a nice little drive. Stop at home in Cannonsburg for about 4 hours sleep, maybe 5.
And have you been going to Canfield for a number of years? Long time?
25 years maybe. Once I go to a fair, I usually stay in, I think 38 years at Lisbon might be the record that I've got. I don't know. Of course, I had that hiatus when you took over. That had to, I didn't give up all my fairs that year, though, did I?
I can't remember.
I think I still did a couple.
Well, you would come back for Greenville because you were doing quarter horses in the summers.
Yeah, but it wasn't all summer, though.
No, but you would get away to do some at Greenville. This will be my 52nd year at Greenville. It was my 52nd year at Urbana.
Urbana was always one of my favorite stops. The days of Frank Wilkins and
Yes,
Junior Luce,
Junior Luce.
and Ernie Asman.
I can't remember Ernie Asman, Junior Luce, and he was head of the races. They would always have suspenders on and a tie.
Yeah, Junior Luce, one night, he told everybody this. One day I busted the seat out of my pants. I don't know how I did it, but anyway, I had to go home to his house, and his wife mended my pants so I could work at night. I think he told half the state of Ohio that story.
Back in the day, Urbana would race 4 days. It had the Champaign County Futurities there.
Right.
Big races.
Curly Smart, I can remember him winning. And Brad Buxton
Yes.
came back riding on the sulky with Curly at the age of about 5 years old. Brad now a trainer at the Meadows. You remember we was talking about Curly. You remember Hub Rail magazine?
No, that
It was
doesn't ring a bell.
Periodical that they had in the state of Ohio for a number of years, and one of the covers was a painting of Curly Smart sitting in front of a horse's stall and talking to a youngster.
Yeah, there's a picture of that in the Greenville Speed office.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that was the cover of the article. It was done just for that cover. And that was taken at what I always called the U barn or the C barn at Delaware, Ohio.
Yeah, at the top of the stretch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I know where you mean.
Yeah.
Probably still there, but it's sheep or something now, maybe. Am I right?
No, there's horses in it.
There's horses in it? Okay,
Yeah.
but I know right where it's at. That was his barn, Curly's
I think
barn.
Cam McGowan this summer had his horses in that barn. He's back in his regular barn now, but we're in behind the Wokenberg starting gate for race number 3.
Time coming, Olive Hill, What Say You, and Hunt Club scoring in that order from the rail out. Excuse me, Hunt Club is a trailer. Hunt Club is a trailer. Here they come. They're off and trotting. The first horse away is What Say You. Off stride second, that is What Luck. Moving up along the rail third, that's the Hunt Club. Taking over now third after is Olive Hill. As they race around that turn to race over to the quarter mile mark, Hunt Club now goes off stride. That's What Say You, driven by Dan Vinier on the front end. Moving up on the outside second now is What Luck, driven by Pierce Henry. Along the rail third is Olive Hill, driven by Rod Adams Jr. Racing in their fourth is Long Time Coming, driven by Drew Neal. The last horse is Hunt Club, driven by John Koneski. Past that quarter mile mark with the lead, that is still What Say You. About 4 lengths back second is What Luck. First quarter trotted in 33 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's What Say You along the rail. What Luck on the outside second. At the rail third is Olive Hill. Fourth is Hunt Club, and the last horse is Long Time Coming. Coming down to the half-mile mark. Now What Luck takes over. Dropping back second is What Say You. Moving third is Olive Hill, followed by Hunt Club and Long Time Coming. First half trotted in 105 and 1/5. as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. Along the railroad lead is What Say You on the outside, pouring on the pressure is Whitlock, and now Whitlock 6 his nose out in front and coming back second is What Say You. Third is Olive Hill. Hunt Club is fourth, and Long Time Coming trails. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Whitlock on the outside and What Say You along the rail, battling it out there, only heads apart, racing past that 3/4 mile mark. What Say You regains the lead, coming back second is Whitlock. 3/4 trotted in 136. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's What Say You, Whitlock, and Olive Hill. What Say You and Whitlock as they race through the lane. What Say You by about 3 lengths now over Whitlock. But past the stands, it's gonna be What Say You, and here the outcome. Whitlock up for place, up for show is Olive Hill. A mile in 2:07.
2:07. I didn't pick up 3/4.
No, I didn't get it either.
What Say You, Dan Veneer. For Ty Bates, the 2-year-old bay goat son of a Long Tom out of the Cantab home mare, Competia. Fourth win this year.
I want Dan Veneer to drive in all races I announce.
He would be easy to pick out. What I think he had looked like brand new colors.
Yeah,
like
those are a lot more vivid than normal.
Yes.
Yeah, I think they are brand new. Might be winter colors as cool as it is.
Yes, it could be.
I know. You talk about new colors. Got a story real quick. We had a driver back in the 60s and 50s by the name of Bill Hayworth, and he was known for having the dirtiest colors in all of harness racing. And he showed up one night at Hamilton Raceway in brand new colors. And I said, I got to bet this horse. Went down and bet him to win. He paid $18 to win. All because he had new colors.
Yes. Hamilton
you
Raceway.
You got to be my age to remember Bill Hayworth.
Well, I don't remember Bill Hayworth, but I remember Hamilton Raceway.
Yeah.
Was that part of the Lebanon Raceway meet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Coming in from Woodville and Gibsonburg comes number 4, What Say You? All by Joel Shevak and Suzanne Bates, trained by Tyler Bates, and driven back to this evening by Dan Veneer. Now the rough and ready tire repair blanket will go to What Say You? They're having that picture taken right now, and the Schaefers are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. All right, now we'll have a picture taken with the Glenn Vance Memorial blanket, which will, Joel, we'll have another picture to be taken here.
Scioto, he set the track record with a 4-year-old, I believe.
Rose Run Zane.
Yeah.
Let's have a big hand here for Joel Shevak, Dan Veneer, and What Say You? And the rough and ready tire and repair, the donor of the blanket, along with the Glenn Vance family for the Glenn Vance Memorial blanket. Okay. 253. 25. Here are the official placings. Race 3 from the top. Number 1, What Luck was second. Number 2, Long Time Coming was 5th. Number 3, Olive Hill was 3rd. Number 4, What Say You was a winner. And number 5, Hunt Club was 4th. This quarter was 33 seconds. The half was in 1:05 and 1/5. The 3/4 in 1:36. Well, a mile in 2:07. From the top it should read 2:53.14 on the bottom. The mile in 2:07. In the upper win, place, exacta, and trifecta wager.
3-year-old Philly Pacers. Purse of $6,610. The division of the 1 Granite Ridge Lady will race first time Lasix. First Lasix on the 1 Granite Ridge Lady. We'll have more from the Defiance County Fair in Hicksville, Ohio in just a few moments.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for. like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as Branded by Lindy, Jug winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter, 4 by Guardian Angel Oz, and 1 by What the Hill. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
With more than 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. Much of that value comes from standardbred horse owners, breeders, trainers, and drivers who participate in the sport of harness racing. The mission of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association is to preserve, protect, promote, and serve the entire standardbred industry in Ohio and beyond. To learn more about the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, go to OHHA.com. That's OHHA.com.
We are back at Hicksville, Ohio. Ohio Fair Racing Conference action. Defiance County Fair. Doug Ballinger, Roger Houston, Matt Clark on the camera. Tomorrow night we touched on the Jim Beakey Trot, which will go postward tomorrow night. The Gene Regal Memorial Pace is now the partial. You and Gene Regal go way back, not only way before J-Time, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. I knew who Gene Regal was, just the fact because I started going to the Jug probably in '58 or so as a fan. And he would race at the Greene County Fair, so I knew who he was, but I'd never met the gentleman. I started announcing in 1960, and there was a doubleheader program that day. And they had a cafeteria, so to speak, underneath the grandstand. And I went down to get something to eat, and there was Gene and Martha Regal having dinner. And kind of out of character for myself, because basically I'm very bashful. But I did go up to this gentleman and introduce myself, told him I was an announcer from Xenia and everything. And I had dinner with Gene and Martha in 1960. And we became good friends from then on, to the point that Hilliard, for the county fair, and I have no idea why I was at Hilliard. I have no idea. I wasn't announcing, but I went there as a fan. And in those days, I wore a Butler boot. Now, the Butler boot is what all drivers in those days wore. And Gene sees me, and he comes up to me. He says, "Roger, can I wear your shoes today? All I got is my dress shoes." So I wore Gene Regal's dress shoes, and he wore my Butler boots driving at the Hilliard Fair, mid-'60s. I think this was even before the Little Brown Jug, working at Delaware, which would be 67, so in that range of 60 to 66. So I'm one of the few people that can say I walked in Gene Regal's shoes.
You sure did.
And, of course, that friendship continued on, and they had a big night for Gene and myself at the Dark County Fair in Greenville, maybe 15 years ago, 20 years ago. I don't remember what year it was. We were in the winner's circle, and they interviewed us and everything like that. And had dinner a number of times at their home, which was on the backside of Greenville's racetrack. Mm-hmm. I was so impressed with their kitchen because they had one of this is 15, 20 years ago, one of those stoves or whatever you call it that you could actually fry steaks and everything on the whole grill. I don't know what they called it or something, but I was always impressed with their home there. And it was just a normal relationship between two people, you know.
And it was a big night for both of you. When J-Time broke the record, I know Gene Regal came back. We just touched on that a little bit, but that was a big night.
I'll never forget it. He come back in front of the stands, and he was crying like a baby. It was, and I would say at that point in time, it was probably one of the biggest things that ever had occurred in his racing career. And that set up the stage for the battle between J-Time and Strikeout, who they finished in the dead heat.
Yes, dead heat.
At the Adios. I wasn't announcing it.
Oh, you wasn't? Really?
Oh, no, not then. This was before 76.
Yeah, I guess it would have been.
Yeah.
Yes, it would have been.
And the dead heat. And, of course, if you had the old USTA films that they made that year, that movie started with Dr. John Hayes sitting in a lawn chair where the pavilion is today.
At Delaware.
And he says, I didn't come to Ohio to be elected governor. I came to win the Little Brown Jug. And that was the start of the thing. And J-Time was sick that day and got hung to the quarter.
Yes.
And he didn't even qualify for the final.
So, but back to J-Time in the Dark County Fair, Bruce Nichols had a horse. Was it Batman or Fast Clip? One of those
I would
two.
say Fast Clip, because I don't remember him racing against Batman.
Okay, Fast Clip was the other one then.
Batman was Bill Albright. They took a picture of Batman at Pompano Park with Bruce, and Bill Albright, the owner, was dressed like Batman.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so many memories.
And I've always been told Bruce Nichols and Gene were friends back in the day. And I have always been told that's where Bruce Regal got his name, was after Bruce Nichols.
Could be.
I don't know that for sure, but I've heard that.
No, but truly one of the greats in harness racing. And I felt funny because I thought so much of Gene Regal as a driver, but Arnie Almehurst was driven by Joe O'Brien.
Yes.
More times than maybe.
Yes.
Gene may have driven him more, but down at Lexington, O'Brien did the driving of Arnie Almehurst.
One is Granite Ridge Lady, owned by Red Rock Racing LLC of Convoy, Ohio, trained by Chad Williams and the driver Pierce Henry. Number 2 is Rockin' Remy, owned and trained and driven by Derek Flowers of Tiffin. Number 3 is Section Line Flame, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, and Charles Reeve of Broadview Heights, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 4 is, really? Are you kidding me? Owned, trained and driven by Dan Venier of Pemberville. The horses will take one score and go to the gate. Mutuendo.
Boy, they don't wait for them if they're not on the track to post parade. They post paraded earlier today without Drew Neal, and this time they post paraded without Pierce Henry.
So it's a field of 4, Roger, for $6,610. 3-year-old filly Pacers. Number 1, Granite Ridge Lady, Pierce Henry for Chad Williamson. 3-year-old Black Filly by Dancing Yankee out of the Vintage Master Mare. Vintage Babe, an $11,000 Ohio Select purchase 2 years ago. 7 starts, a win, a second, 2/3, $5,000 this year, right at $14,000 lifetime. Took a mark earlier in the year of $159 at the Putnam County Fair in Ottawa.
The 2 horses, Rockin' Remy. Derek Flowers owns, trains, and drives of Tiffin, Ohio. First time I've seen Derek at the county fairs this season. He's been racing on a different circuit, and I've been traveling. 9 starts with a second place finish. The second place finish was 4 back at Bowling Green, a mile and 2.5 4. The last quarter, 33 4. This horse has been troubled with breaks in 3 of the last 5 starts. Stayed flat in the last effort at Napoleon, finishing 4th in 2:04. Final quarter, 30 3, a $3,500 purchase.
3, Section 9 Flame, Emmanuel Miller for Herman Hagerman, 3-year-old bay filly by Catch the Fire out of the Major in Art Mare section line Aqua. 17 starts this season, 2 seconds, has 6 seconds, 2 wins, 3/3. 22,000 this year, 61,000 lifetime. Took a mark as a 2-year-old at Sauda Downs at 157.
Herman Hagerman is in the 50th spot for wins this year in the nation.
Really?
He's having a great year. The 4-horse, really? Are you kidding me? Dan Viner of Pemberville, Ohio is the owner, trainer, driver. 11 starts, 5 wins, a second and 2/3. The fastest winner was at Oak Harbor, 1:59.3, and that was early this year. Shows 4 wins in the last 5 starts. So this horse has really come on of late. He raced in the Buckeye Stallion Series back on July 4th and finished 3rd, but the last 5 have been at the county fairs in the Buckeye State. This a homebred by Racing Hill. Field of 4, and they're headed to the starting gate for the 4th. How many you got tonight? 14?
14.
4th of 14. Long way to go in Hicksville, Ohio.
Rockin' Remy, section line flame with really, are you kidding me, on the extreme outside. Here they come. Here, off and pacing the first horse away is section line flame. Dropping in their second is really, are you kidding me? Racing third is Rockin' Remy, and the last horse is Granite Ridge Lady. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark, Emmanuel Miller has section line flame on top by 2.5 lengths. Racing second is really, are you kidding me? Driven by Dan Vinier. Third is Rockin' Remy, driven by Derek Flowers, and the last horse, Granite Ridge Lady, driven by Pierce Henry. Going to that quarter-mile mark, that's still section line flame with a lead, but closing in second is really, are you kidding me? And closing in third, Rockin' Remy, followed by Granite Ridge Lady. 4 fillies well bunched as they race past that quarter-mile mark. First quarter pace in 31 seconds. Racing around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's suction line flame by 1.5 lengths over. Really? Are you kidding me? Rockin' Remy racing third and Granite Ridge Lady fourth. No change as they come down toward the half. That's Emmanuel Miller and suction line flame bringing the horses to the half. Really? Are you kidding me? Racing second. Third is Rockin' Remy and Granite Ridge Lady trails. First half paced in 1:02 2/5 as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. On the catch is section line flame. 2 lengths back second is really, are you kidding me? Racing third, Rockin' Remy, and trailing is Granite Ridge Lady. Going to that 3/4 mile mark, Emmanuel Miller still has section line flame on top by 2 lengths over. Really, are you kidding me? Rockin' Remy third, followed by Granite Ridge Lady fourth. 3/4 paced in 1:32 3/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. Now section line flame opens up about 4 lengths on. Really? Are you kidding me? Rockin' Remy third, followed by Granite Ridge Lady as they race toward home. That's section line flame, and really? Are you kidding me? Section line flame, and really? Are you kidding me? But it's going to be section line flame, wire to wire, and here they all come. Really? Are you kidding me? Up for place. Looked like Granite Ridge Lady got up for third. A mile in 2:01 2/5.
And another sub 1 minute final half, 59 seconds. Final quarter, 28 4. Section line flame. Catch the fire out of the good mare, section line Aqua. Harold Lee Botter, the breeder of this one. All of his horses named Section Line.
Section Line from Section Line Road right outside of Delaware.
Yeah.
31, 102 and 2, 32 and 3, 201 and 2. Third win in 18 tries for Section Line Flame.
12 times and 18 starts on the ticket. Picks up another $3,000, so over the $26,000 mark for the year. They've turned the lights on here at Hicksville. Emmanuel Miller, otherwise known as Manny, in the winner's circle. Herman Hagerman as well.
Number 3, Section Line Flame. Owned by Hagerman Racing and Charles K. Reeve, trained by Herman Hagerman, and driven to victory this evening by Emmanuel Miller. Now again, we'll have 2 blankets in this race. The winning blanket will go to, in memory of Joe and Mikey Miller, will go to Section Line Flame, and then the winner of the faster division will get the J. Helen and Jim Volkert Memorial Blanket. Right now, the members of the family of Joe and Mikey Miller are in the winner's circle. Joe and Mikey were both really involved with the Defiance County Fair for many years. Joe, in fact, was the president of the fair board for a long time. And this blanket is given in their memory by their family. Let's have a big hand here for the family of Joe and Mikey Miller. Now we have another picture to be taken. This is the J. Helen and Jim Volkert Memorial Blanket. Jay, Helen, and Jim were all very involved with the Defiance County Fair. Jay, I think, served as a speed superintendent here for 48 years. And the winner of the faster division will get this blanket.
Herman Hagerman,
Let's have a
is he
big hand
trained in
here
the
for
Mount
the
Vernon
Vance
area?
family.
Or is that where he's originally from?
Where?
Hagerman.
Where?
From Mount Vernon?
No.
Okay.
He's been stabled at Mount Vernon, I think, the last 2 or 3 years, but has a large stable of horses. I would say at least 40, because he's got 2 barns on the backside at Mount Vernon, and he's got them both filled, I believe.
Section Line Flame was the winner. Number 4, really? Are you kidding me? Was second. Time of the first quarter was 31 seconds. The half was in 102 and 2/5. The 3 quarters in 132 and 3/5, with a mile in 201 and 2/5. From the top, it should read 3, 4, 1, 2 at the bottom, a mile in 201 and 2/5. Now you're going to start there at that red post.
First met Herman Hagerman at the State Fair of West Virginia in Lewisburg. And I think he brought like 6 or 7 horses, and he got 2 starts in every horse in the 4 days of the State Fair. They'd race him Monday and Wednesday and Tuesday and Thursday. And remember that young man that's now in his stable, I think he's turned 16 years of age, his son, and he was only about 2 or 3 years old at the time. And great times at the State Fair of West Virginia.
Well, Roger, up next to 5th race, a 2-year-old filly trotter.
Wait a minute. What's on the racetrack?
Yeah, we're not going to miss this.
This is the biggest race of the night.
Hot action right here.
You're not going to count this as a race call, are you? You missed out. You had a chance.
Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Oh, boy.
They're going another division, they said.
They're going to go another division. You got to call it. Blackie, Spot, what are you going to call it? You got to give them some names.
We'll call T-shirts.
So they're going to go. So you're going to call the final, huh?
Is that?
Will you count that as a race call?
Of course I would.
Oh my!
I mean, I counted the duck race at Children's Hospital. I counted the baby race at the Pittsburgh Zoo.
Didn't you call a sheep race once?
Downtown Washington, Pennsylvania. Second division, line it up.
Who do we like in here, guys?
Will this be 184,598 or something like that?
I think I'm going with that green horse.
Well, the blue T-shirt should win as big as he should be the fastest. Somebody's one of the mothers down there videotaping. Stick horse race to the Defiance County Fair, the featured event of the evening. The flag's up.
All right, everybody set? Get. Get ready, get set, go.
They're off. Blue sweatshirt all on the outside. The orange jersey is an easy 5-length winner. Blue sweatshirt second. The black skirt was third. $184,526 to be exact.
All right. I think we can take a commercial now. You guys ready for a commercial? Let things calm down a little bit here.
Jay Wolf.
Jay Wolf's got you there.
Don't read that.
No, I can't read that. I can't read that.
All right. Let's take a break.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at ohha.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Hey kids, we invite you to join the Backstretch Buddies Club, a fun and free club for kids 12 and under who love horses and wants to be a part of harness racing in Ohio. Once you've signed up, you will be able to join Willie Winnett and exciting adventures and receive awesome surprises. Sign up today using the QR code.
Roger, are you serious? If you count this stick pony race as a race call, that will be venue number 38 at county fairs and 65 different places.
164 tracks.
And you're going to count it?
Of course. If I can count a baby race at the Pittsburgh Zoo, if I can count a sheep race, there were 5 of them that day at the Washington Main Street.
I guess this does have something to do with harness racing.
In a way.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never said that I've called that many harness races.
Is this the first stick pony race you ever called?
Yes. Another milestone.
Yes.
But seriously, of all the races, the baby race at the Pittsburgh Zoo. No. The wildest race was on Memorial Day weekend. What do they have? The Indianapolis 500. Radio station in Pittsburgh had the Undy 500.
Oh, my.
At Pittsburgh Motor Speedway.
And you called it.
And the men in their boxer shorts, the ladies in bras and panties, twice around the track. And they had 4 stops. They had to drink a pint of milk. They had to change shoes. They had to put their forehead on a baseball bat and turn it around circle and everything like that. That was the wildest one. I can't tell you how wild it got. It got wild. You can only imagine.
Yes.
Oh, that's the name of a song. Shouldn't use that with that story.
Well, up next, fifth race, 2-year-old filly trotters. 4,794. We got a field of 5.
Poquito. 10 times harder. Lynn Range, Smoking Begonia. Now all those, there it is. Sherald Haynes.
Sherald Haynes.
Every horse he's ever had's named Begonia.
Yes.
I was going to say that, and then I looked to see the trainer. And sure enough, there's Sherald Haynes. He's from Michigan. Always raced.
Oh, he's been racing at fairs for lots of
well,
years.
I always had him at Delaware more than any place. Really, he always raced at Delaware. My Secret Money, Mike Sweeney. Mike Sweeney's upset that I'm not going to jog his horses on Saturday before Delaware this year. Got to fill in for Jeff Ziddick at the Meadows, so I can't jog horses at Delaware on Saturday. Last year we had 2 winners for him.
You guys want a donut?
Order of Eagles, Ladies Auxiliary, number 2556 of Hicksville. Number 1 is Poquito, all by E.G. Trot LLC of Findlay, trained and driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Number 2 is 10 times harder, all by Chris Beaver and Carolina Acosta of Radnor, Ohio, Steve German Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, Lucinda Belcher of Winchester, Kentucky, and Martin Yoder of Mount Eaton, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 4 is Smokin' Begonia, owned by Sherald and Marion Haynes of Blissfield, Michigan, trained by Sherald Haynes, the driver Eric Haynes. At number 5 is My Secret Money, owned by Mike Sweeney of Delaware and Lemmer Racing LLC of Rockwood, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Emmanuel Miller. The horses will take 1 score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes.
And now coming to the track is the 2, 10 times harder, Clifton Bell. They're not dilly-dallying tonight. They're parading without horses because of the large number of races we got, and they don't want to be here till midnight.
Well, it's a field of 5. Roger Edgarno Jr., the 1, Poquito. E.G. Trot, 2-year-old bay filly by Triumphant Caviar. Out of the Chip Hooray mare.
Oh, we've been talking about that horse all day.
All day. We couldn't think of its name. Chip Hooray, Eric Ledford. 5 starts, 1 win, 2 seconds, $3,100. 213 and 3. The 1, Poquito, Ed Greeno Jr.
The 2 horses, 10 times harder. 2-year-old filly, but muscle up the goal. Chris Beaver trains. Clifton Bell is the driver. 7 starts, 3 seconds and a third. A homebred by Chris Beaver and his father as well. This one was second last time out at Napoleon in 2:06. Final quarter 30 and 3. Was third in the start before that. 2 seconds and a third in the last 6 starts. 10 times harder.
3, Lynn Range, Emmanuel Miller, Herman Hagerman. 2-year-old bay filly by the Hot In Range. 4 wins and 6 starts, right at 12,000. 4 in a row now for Lynn Range.
The 5 horse is Smokin' Begonia. Sherald and Marion Haynes of Blissfield, Michigan. Sherald Haynes trains. Eric Haynes, they got listed as the driver. I've never heard of Eric, so
I'm pretty sure that's his son.
Son, more than likely. 5 starts and 2 thirds. One of those thirds was last time out, 2:08 and 1. Final quarter 30 and 1 at Salina. You remember this horse, Smoking Begonia, another homebred.
Manny Miller, the 5, My Secret Money. Mike Sweeney trains 2-year-old bay filly by Ready for Money. This is another homebred. 8 starts, has 2 wins, 3 seconds, $7,657. Took a mark at Oak Harbor of 205 and 1-5. My Secret Money.
And that's a rarity. 4 homebreds in a field of 5.
Field of 5. A lot of homebreds. Just noticing tonight when you glance over, and I always like to announce it, especially if it's a homebred, especially when they win. Do you know much, talking about homebreds and that, what the, it's just been released, Bob. B-O-B.
Buckeye Owners Bonus.
Buckeye Owners Bonus.
I saw that. I didn't read the qualifications or anything to it.
It's about like Breeders' Awards, but it's going to be half as much money. It's whoever the owner is by November 1st of that year. This year, it's not going to be half of the Breeders' Awards money. It's going to be a quarter because it's only going to be eligible for 2-year-olds this year.
Okay.
Next year it'll be for 2- and 3-year-olds.
That just got released.
Yeah.
This week.
And I hope I have that right because it did just get released, but that's how I understand it.
I didn't think
just an incentive to keep
it doesn't go into effect, though, until 2026, right? Next year.
Well, I don't know.
I think this year's
really
yearly, yeah.
I have to read it again.
Let's send it up to Bill Peters to give us a call of the 5th 2-year-old filly trot.
Here they come. Here, off and trotting. The first horse away is Lynn Range. In their second is Poquito. Up on the outside third is My Secret Money. Moving up fourth, that's 10 times harder. The last horse, Smoking Begonia. Off stride now went Poquito. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark, Emmanuel Miller has Lynn Range on top by a length and a half. Trotting second is My Secret Money, driven by Pierce Henry. Third is 10 times harder, driven by Clifton Bell. Racing fourth, Smoking Begonia, driven by Eric Haynes. On the back fifth is Poquito, driven by Ed Greeno Jr. As they race past the quarter-mile mark, Lynn Range shows on top by a length and a half over My Secret Money. Racing third, 10 times harder. First quarter trotted in 32 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. Still showing on top is Lynn Range. In their second, My Secret Money. 10 times harder is third. Smoking Begonia fourth. On the farther back fifth is Poquito. Coming to the half-mile mark, that's Emmanuel Miller and Lynn Range bringing the horses to the half. Sitting right there, close second is Pierce Henry with My Secret Money. Third is 10 times harder. Then comes Smoking Begonia and Poquito. First half trotted in 103 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Lynn Range. A length and a half back second, My Secret Money. Third is 10 times harder. Fourth, Smoking Begonia, and fifth is Poquito. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. Sail on top is Lynn Range by 2.5 lengths now over My Secret Money. 10 times harder, still races third. Smoking Begonia fourth, and Poquito trails. 3/4 in 133 4/5 as they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. Lynn Range on top by 3 lengths over My Secret Money. Still racing third, 10 times harder as they race through the lane. That's Lynn Range and 10 times and My Secret Money. Lynn Range and My Secret Money. It's going to be Lynn Range wire to wire, and here they all come. Up for place, My Secret Money. Up for show, 10 times harder. A mile in 2:04 4/5.
2:04 4, Lynn Range. Roger, that is 5
in a row in Ohio. I wish I'd have trademarked that, like some other announcers in this business.
Yeah. Know what you mean. I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Oh, seriously. Also, Be There.
Yeah.
I mean, Kmart even used Be There one year, I think about 1979 or 80. We first used it in 1976 at the Meadows. And I don't know when we started the 2 in a row, 3 in a row in Ohio, but
it's been going on a long time.
Oh, I've been doing it for 25, 30 years.
Did you copy that off anybody?
No. Jay Wolf give me one. They got 1/8 of a mile to go in Ohio.
Now, when you say that, do you have to pay Jay anything?
Shh, don't. Maybe he's not listening.
He might not be listening.
He came up with that one. He says, why don't you use it? So I used it 1 year ago, and I still do it. Thank you, Jay. I'll take it to McDonald's someday.
Where you buy one, get one free. You get the free one, make him buy his.
in from Mount Vernon, Mount Eaton, Ohio, and Winchester, Kentucky, comes number 3, Lynn Range, owned by Hagerman Racing, Lucinda Melcher and Martin D. Yoder, trained by Herman Hagerman, and driven to victory this evening by Emmanuel Miller. And Emmanuel's tire marks are still there from race 4. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Fraternal Order of Eagles, Ladies Auxiliary, number 2556 of Hicksville. And I think we might have some of the ladies there in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation.
Rosie saw the track photographer, went around the track photographer here at Hicksville.
Yeah. We know the story there.
Yeah.
We rode with a track photographer last night.
Yeah. He's still feeling some of the pain from those broken ribs.
I cannot believe how quick he bounced back, though.
Yeah, I can't either.
Well, last night was the first night taking pictures, or two nights ago.
No, he did one day at Slina.
Oh, did he do one?
Yeah, do one day
anyway, going home from Lima the other night, he says, man, my ribs are kind of hurting. You know,
I'm sure.
Holding the camera up. He brought a lighter camera the second night.
Race 5 from the top. Number 1, Paquito was 5th. Number 2, 10 Times Harder was 3rd. Number 3, Lynn Range was a winner. Number 4, Smokin' Begonia was 4th. And number 5, My Secret Money was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 32 1/5. The half was in 103 1/5. The 3/4 in 133 4/5. With a mile in 204 4/5. From the top it should read 5-3-1. 4, 2 on the bottom, the mile in 204 4/5.
Hagerman wasn't in the winner's circle. He's warming one up.
He's a busy man. Back-to-back for Hagerman's, a back-to-back for Manny Miller. They double up on the evening. On to race 6. 3-year-old Philly Pace, $6,610. We'll be back to take a look at these 4 fillies right after this.
Perfect time.
Have you heard about Bob? It's the Buckeye Owner Bonus, the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association's new incentive program. The program is for people who purchase yearlings or retain their homebreds out of mares registered and eligible for the OHHA's Breeders' Award program at the upcoming 2025 sales. The total bonus will be 1/2 the amount designated for that year's Breeders' Award program. For more information about the Buckeye Owner Bonus, visit OHHA.com or call 614-221-3650.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead Sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K Hanover by world record holder Walner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio. At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Back here at Hicksville for the Defiance County Fair. In this race is a driver by the name of Travis Boring. He's also the trainer. And when he was warming up and I saw him go into that turn, I said, man, I knew the last name, Boring, of course. I says, this has got to be a relative of Chris because those colors look almost identical to Chris Boring's, and we've come to find out through Matt that Travis's father is Otis Boring, a brother to Chris Boring, who won the Little Brown Jug with Colt 46.
Okay. Did he also drive Ice Scoot Hanover?
Don't ask me that.
He may have. I know he drove Shady Daisy.
Yeah.
Oh, he drove Shady Daisy?
Yeah.
Not all the starts. So
no,
Jeff Alt drove Shady Daisy quite a bit. The Shady Daisy Shadow Roll.
Yeah.
I think he got to drive Mac Lobel in Sweden. Does that sound right? I know Campbell was a normal pilot.
But Chris Man, I was
Here he
tickled.
comes now, Matt. Can you get a shot right here between the poles, the one horse?
Yeah, I can't really get between the poles, but I'll get him
When he
comes past
turns, get his back because those colors are identical. Now, Chris might say, well, no, I had this on mine, but when I saw him,
pretty close, right?
Yeah. I mean, even when I saw him, I didn't know the driver's name was Travis Boring, but I recognized the colors. Now, there they are right there with the B on the back and the diamond shape. John Hayes Jr. drove Legend Hanover. No, not Legend. Oh, come on, if I wasn't. Anyway, Chris Boring drove Colt 46. John Hayes Jr. chose to take the 2-hole trip in the Little Brown Jug and never got out. Chris just backed into him around the final turn, won for fun, out sprinted.
And you don't want the 2-hole trip in
No.
the Little Brown Jug, right?
You do not want the 2-hole trip at the Little Brown Jug. I think there's been only one win from the 2-hole trip at Delaware, Ohio, in the final. More times than not, it's 4 in and 4 out at the half.
Talking about this year's jug, we talked yesterday, Lou Print.
49-3 in a workout for the judges Tuesday after the second race of the parimutuel card. And he looked super.
Let's get those three that are out there together.
And Ron Burke announced he will be entered, if everything goes as planned, in the Little Brown Jug, along with a couple others from the Burke stable, probably. Ron Burke is one of those trainers that is no fear of 2 heats. He said many a times, all you have to do is train them for 2 heats. Most people don't know how to train for 2 heats.
But we got a field of 4. We're lining up. I believe we're all out for a post parade. We're going to send it upstairs here to Bill Peters for the post parade of the 6 to 3-year-old filly pace.
Post right here for race 6. This is the second division of the 3-year-old filly pace. Going for a purse of $6,610. This is the second division of the J. Helen and Jim Volkert Memorial Race. The blanket in this race courtesy of the Hicksville Kiwanis Club. The 1 is Defiance Niblet, owned, trained and driven by Travis Boring of Clayton, Michigan. Number 2 is Cinderbella, owned by Gary Gill out of Molina, Ohio, trained by Chad Williamson, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Jewel Said, owned, trained and driven by Ed Conrad of Perrysburg, Ohio. And number 4 is Call Me Over the Hill, owned by Stephen Reese of Republic, Ohio, and J&R Racing, Rising Sun, Ohio, trained by Jamie Weller, the driver Rod Adams Jr.
Who was the Albert horse?
Oh, Albert.
Albert. Yeah, Albert Albert.
2-year-old of the year.
Yep. I'll read this to you here real quick. David Myrick, Rogers says, Roger, one of your best calls, in my opinion, was in an elimination of the jug, Albert and B.J. Scoot. They went nose to nose.
Yeah. B.J. Scoot won it, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, because
he won the final.
He won the final, if I can remember that, yeah. We'll touch here momentarily on more of our comments. But, Roger, it's a 4-horse field. Travis Boring, the nephew of Chris Boring, will drive the 1, Defiance Niblet. He also trains.
And owns.
Trio Bay filly by Do Me That Again. 7 starts, has 1/3 this year. $1,400. Travis Boring, the 1, Defiance Niblet.
The 2 is Cinderbella. Gary Gilliland, the owner. Chad Williamson, the trainer. Pierce Henry drives. 8 starts, 2 wins, 5 seconds and a third. 8 for 8, hitting the ticket. Last win was 3 back at Bowling Green, 2-3-1. Last effort, Napoleon second, in 2, 2, and 1. This horse has hit the ticket in each and every one of those 8 starts, and another homebred.
Ed Conrad to 3. Jules Said. Conrad owns and trains this 3-year-old bay filly by Well Said out of Liz Mara mare. Canbeck Jewel 6. Tonight would be the 6th win. Has 5 wins and 17 tries. 2/3 to go along with just shy of 20,000, just shy of 31,000 lifetime. Winner last time out at Napoleon of 201-4.
4 horses. Call Me Over to Hill. Stephen Rice and JNR Racing. Jamie Weatherly, trainer. Rod Allens Jr. drives. 12 starts, 5 seconds, and 3/3. Was second last time out at Napoleon. 2:02-2. Final quarter in 29. 8 times, second and third in 12 starts. Banked 11,000. This was a $4,500 purchase and the only one that sold at public auction.
We were talking about Present Laughter and Legal Notice, I believe, earlier.
Legal Notice. That's the horse that John Hayes Jr. was driving. Finished second to Colt 46.
John Hayes drove Legal Notice.
Junior.
Okay.
In
He
the
was
job.
fourth at the top of the stretch, lost by 3/4 of the length. This is coming from Jay Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
He set a world record in his elimination of 53-3 back at that time. That would have been in the mid-70s probably, which would have been a great mile back then.
Don't ask me for years. They all run together.
I do remember Chris Boring talking about Colt 46 last year, said that he found out a lot of times how tough of a horse he was because he would not want to get stuck in a hole with that horse. He said he was a tough horse to drive.
I usually got to see Chris when I'd go up to Adrian, Michigan, and announce the Michigan Breeders' Fraternities.
He's still right up by there, Sand Creek, Michigan, up at the farm up there.
They also had a big horse sale the night of the Breeders' races. Went up there, I think, 2 or 3 straight years. Actually flew directly one year from Indianapolis to Fox Steak to Adrian, Michigan on Sunday. The Fox Steak on Saturday and the Michigan Breeders' Fraternity on Sunday.
I actually grew up at the Adrian Fairgrounds.
Oh, really?
That's where my dad was stabled at, yeah.
Nice fairgrounds.
With Otis Boring, actually, the same barn.
Yeah. Bill Peters with a call.
Again, stay back from a ledge there when these horses come down through the lane. Here they come. Here, off and pacing the first horse away is Cinderella. On the outside second is Jewel Said. At the rail third is Nefarious Nimblet. In their fourth is Call Me Over to Hill. As they make the turn now to head down the backside, the race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Jewel Said momentarily went off stride. With the lead is Cinderella. Moving up on the outside second is Jewel Said. Nefarious Nimblet along the rail third. Call Me Over to Hill is fourth. No change heading to the quarter-mile mark. That's Cinderella with the lead, but on the outside pouring on the pressure is Jewel Said. Third is Nefarious Nimblet, and fourth is Call Me Over to Hill. Past that quarter-mile mark, Pierce Henry and Cinderella show on top by a length. Overhead Conrad and Jewel Said. Nefarious Nimblet driven by Travis Boring in their third, and racing fourth, Call Me Over to Hill driven by Rod Adams. What was it, Tom? First quarter in 31 and 2/5 seconds. As they race down toward the half-mile mark, that's Pierce Henry and Cinderella bringing the horses down to the half. Still racing in their second is Jewel Said, Nefarious Nimblet third, and Call Me Over to Hill fourth. Only about 5 lengths separates all 4 horses as they race past that half-mile mark. Still with the lead is Cinderella, Jewel Said right there second. First half paced in 1:04 as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Cinderella. The closest horse second is Jewel Said. Nefarious Nimblet is still third. Call Me Over to Hill fourth. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. Now Ed Conrad's out and on the move with Jewel Said. But Cinderella answers the call and paces right on. That's Cinderella with the lead. Jewel Said on the outside second. Call Me Over to Hill now third, followed by Nefarious Nimblet fourth. 3 quarters in 135 and 4/5 as they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Cinderella now by 2 lengths over Jules Head with Call Me Over the Hill in their third as they race through the lane. That's Cinderella and Jules Head. Cinderella and Jules Head now closing fast along the rail. Call Me Over the Hill. Cinderella and Call Me Over the Hill. Cinderella and Call Me Over the Hill. I think Call Me Over the Hill got it. Cinderella up for place.
That was an exciting one. Up the inside, Call Me Over the Hill. Rod Allen Jr. nails Cinderella on the line. Cinderella, Pierce Henry thought they had a big upset over Jules Said. Well, I'm sure it was a post-time favorite, but Rod Adams, who was last the entire mile till it counted, came right up the inside.
Rod really started picking up ground before the 3/4 pole because I think he was fourth at that point.
He was fourth, yes.
And he came up the inside of Boring going down the backside. And, I mean, Rod had this horse motoring for more than a 1/4 of a mile.
What did Bill announce that final time in?
No, I didn't hear it.
I didn't either.
I thought I heard 2:04 and 3, but I could be wrong.
Really?
2:04 in a piece.
Okay. When the way Rod closed like that, I thought maybe it was going to be a 2:06 mile. But
if it was 2:04 and 3, that's fine.
Yeah, that's a big back half.
Minute and 3/5. Last quarter, yes. 28 and 4.
I might have heard it wrong. We'll see.
But I saw Rod making that move down the backside, and I didn't know if he was going to have enough racetrack, but he certainly did. Is that Jay Weller down there?
Most probably is, yes.
Yep, it is.
I'm pretty sure.
One of my favorites.
Had some awful nice trotters over the years, hasn't he?
Oh, that one.
Designer Specs.
Yeah.
She was a monster.
Got to know Louise, his wife, and she said that Jay didn't want to spend that much money on Designer Specs. So he quit at $10,000. And I think Louise says, I went to 17. I wanted that horse.
Oh.
She said, you ought to see the rear end on Designer Specs, like a quarter horse. I just had to have her.
We could be fooled where we're setting. We're a little past the wire, but my eye caught Call Me Over the Hill and Rod Adams.
What do you say?
They're just holding them both.
Just holding them.
I thought he was a good 3 or 4 inch, maybe 5 inch winner.
I don't believe the Wellers seem too concerned. Jamie Weller going back to talk to Rod Adams as they await the photo.
Well, is Conrad still on the track? I don't think he went to the barn.
Yes, I do not see him. Well, he definitely went. Pierce is back there with a 2. Pierce would be first or second. Conrad is definitely third with the favorite, Jules Said.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Pierce had the 3 Jules Said beat, but up the inside came Rod Adams Jr. with Call Me Over the Hill. Be the first career win.
It's going to be a dead heat.
Dead heat.
Well, we weren't wrong.
We were not wrong. We're never wrong, right? And it just, I knew as long as it was taken, something was going on. But from the angle we're at, it all depends on where you're at. We're past the wire. I don't know how far we would be past.
Well, I'm not sure. Oh, we are 20, 25 feet past the wire because there's the photo finish camera up there.
Dead heat.
for those that are not aware, the first and second money, and they split it.
That's a Hicksville Kiwanis Club blanket. And also, this horse, the blanket is going to, the J. Helen and Jim Volker blanket will go to the winner of the first division.
Owner of Cinderbella, Gary Gillen. I'm sure his wife Audrey's watching at home. I'll say hi to them. Very nice people from Napoleon, Ohio.
So take a picture of them with these horses.
I don't know if they're going to do both horses at the same time or separate or.
Been setting the race programs here at the fair for many years. Let's have a big hand here.
I always like the nose-to-nose picture.
Yes. Maybe they're going to do that.
They're setting that up right now, maybe. No,
nope,
they're not.
I thought they were.
Now we're bringing Cinderbella back to the
Winner's circle. We'll have a picture taken with this horse. And then we can have a picture taken with the J. Helen and Jim Volker blanket with this horse. The other one was leading the track, so it's going to go to the winner of the first division anyway. And here for Cinderbella and all concerned. We want to get another picture, Pierce. We want to get another picture with the other blanket for this with this horse.
We're going to get a picture of the
Track photographers like dead heats.
Yes.
with Cinderbella, although it will go to the winner of the first division section line play from one in a faster time.
Do you ever keep track of your dead heats that you called?
No. I used to keep track of all the 2-minute miles. Fact is, I kept recordings.
That's nothing anymore.
No.
Let's have a big hand here for
Can you remember your first sub 2-minute mile you called?
Bertha Parker.
Bertha Parker.
Driven by a guy by the name of Ray Parker from Indiana at the Red Mile in Lexington, Kentucky.
And what year would have that been?
I don't know. Probably 65 or 66.
That was something, though, back then.
Oh, yeah. Especially for the spring meet. This wasn't at the fall. This was the spring meet. At night.
I think that's the first dead heat I've seen this fair season.
I think you're right. I think so.
No, yeah, I think you're right there. We've had several dead heats up at Northfield.
the official placings for race 6.
The top. Number 1, Defiance County was 4th. Number 2, Cinderbella finished 1st in a dead heat. Number 3, Jules Said was 3rd. And number 4, Call Me Over the Hill finished 1st in a dead heat. Time of the first quarter was 31 2/5. The half was in 1:04. The 3/4 in 1:35 4/5. With a mile in 2:04 3/5. From the top it should read 4, 1 dead heat, 3, 1 dead heat. A mile in 2:04 3/5. And the upcoming race
number of wins for drivers at the end of the season will be one more than races.
Yes.
With the dead heat.
Final half there, 1 minute and 3/5 for the winners. Call Me Over the Hill had a lot of ground to make up, about 5 extra lengths.
It is a lifetime mark for
Yes.
Call Me Over the Hill.
Well, it's on to race 7. 2-year-old Colt and Gilding Trot, the Glenn Vance Memorial.
And we're only halfway home.
Halfway there. $6,930. We'll be back to take a look at this 7th race. A field of 5 2-year-old Colt Trotters right after this.
Cool Winds Farm is one of Ohio's premier standardbred breeding farms. Cool Winds stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, jug winner Southwind Aussie, and the royally bred Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm is proud to present our yearling consignments at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 12th, and at the Standardbred Horse Sale in Harrisburg during the cool winds of November.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
Roger, we're back. Jay Wolf got us again, didn't he?
Yeah.
There was a dead heat in Eaton.
The embarrassing part of it is that Doug Ballinger called that dead heat. He'd forgot about it.
I guess that makes me not feel quite so bad that I forgot about it.
Yeah.
Looking forward to Greenville tomorrow, Roger?
Oh, always.
Yeah, it's a big night of racing.
It's, I don't know. It's as close as I have to announcing when I first started, because I think it was in '61 I called one race at Greenville my second year. And then I think the third year I had Greenville because Uncle Don had to go to Latonia and race at night and couldn't do both Greenville and Latonia. So I think the first year I was at Greenville was just one race in 1961, and I had all the fair starting in '62 until Doug took over. Seventh race coming up. 2-year-old colt trotters. Field of 5 to go post with here. Who do you say is driving?
Clifton Bell on
Clifton
Trotton
Bell.
Marseille.
Clifton Bell getting the call. I wonder, did he announce who's going to drive the 1 and 2?
I haven't heard that.
Because those both listed Drew Neal for
Looks like
Rosie Weaver.
Looks like Rosie's coming out on the 1 now.
Yep.
If it gets much darker, I'm not going to be able to see things like that.
I think this is only about the 15th or 16th drive that Rosie's had this year.
Yeah, she hasn't been driving as much, has she?
Drew's doing so well.
Yeah, how do you fire him?
Yeah. But her driving percentage of what, and I don't know why I checked it today, but her driving percentage is like 315 for the little number of races that she's driven. And I'm sure it's in the teens. So Drew Neal will drive the 2, Mogul Maverick, and I would have guessed that to begin with, because if this Mogul Maverick can stay flat, he is probably, I think it's safe in saying that if he stays flat, he should win this race for fun. But he does have that ability to make breaks. 2 out of the last 3.
Ohio, Cabby D. LLC of Hudson, Ohio, and David Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio, trained and delivered by Rosie Weaver. Number 2 is Mogul Maverick. All by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, T.J. Gentry, S.A. Weingartner, and B. Rogers of Newark, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 3 is Trotton Marseille. All trained by Bill Webb of Defiance, the driver Bell. Number 4 is Wisco Tax Collector. Owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Emmanuel Miller. And number 5 is Buckeye Baron. Owned by Harold Lee Bonner and Chris Page of Delaware, Ohio, trained by Tim Grubb, the driver Tyler Rice. Tyler Rice driving number 5, Buckeye Baron.
Could you hear who he said was driving the 5?
Tyler Rush.
Tyler Rush.
Yeah. No Chris Page again tonight.
I wonder if they'll fine him for failure to show.
Boy, I hope so.
Hey, that was Matt Clark that said that. I didn't say that.
I like Chris a lot. He's a good guy.
He's got the money, though.
Yeah, he could take the 25 or whatever it is.
Yeah. Where they really started hurting Aaron Merriman, tell you that story. He would race in the afternoon at the Meadows and at night at Northfield. And if he didn't show up to drive the horses he was down to drive at Northfield, $50 a horse.
Wow.
Yeah.
No wonder he had so many speeding tickets trying to get back.
And now that was the rest of the story. Let's take a look at the field here in this 7th race. Got the Money Honey. Rosie Weaver is driving the 2-year-old gelding by Ready for Money. Has won 3 of 7 this year, 2-5-2 at Napoleon. Winner last time out in a single division at Napoleon, going for $13,560 and 2-5-2. Final quarter 30-3. The 2 is Mogul Maverick, another horse trained by Rosie Weaver. This is her number 1 county fair driver, Drew Neal, driving. 2-year-old gelding, but What the Hill has 7 starts, 2 wins, a second and a third. The fastest win was at Croton, 2:02 and 3/5, but shows breaks in 2 of the last 3 efforts. Number 3 is Trottin' Marseille, a 2-year-old colt. Bill Webb's the trainer. Clifton Bell gets called to drive here. He drove this horse to a 2nd place finish at Attica, 2 back. Trottin' Marseille, 1 win and 7 starts. That win was at Oak Harbor in 2:03 and 1/5. The 4 is Wisco Tax Collector. Hagerman Racing. Herman Hagerman trains. Emmanuel Miller, the driver. Hagerman looking for his 3rd win on the card. 9 starts with a win, 3 seconds. The win was at Hilliard back in July. 2:10 and 4/5. Made a break last time out, finishing 6th and 2:12 and 4 at Napoleon. This is another one that shows breaks in 2 of the last 3 efforts. The 5 is Buckeye Baron, 2-year-old gelding by Long Tom. Timothy Grubb, the trainer. Tyler Rush drives and substituting for Chris Page. 6 starts, 2 wins, 3 seconds. Fastest win at Paulding, first county fair in the Buckeye State, 2:10 and 1. Last effort was at Croton, finishing 2nd to Mogul Maverick. Individually timed at 2-3 and 2. Final quarter in 30 seconds flat. Starting gate is not made its way to the backside to pick them up, so apparently Mutual's asking for a little more time for wagering here.
A nice crowd and a lot of long lines, several lines down there at the Mutuals, long lines.
Good. I didn't remember people turning out like this here at the fair.
Very nice crowd.
Yeah. Kind of a shame that the last nights got moved to an early morning start Saturday, but at least everybody gets to race. Now, judging by this crowd, I think people will still show up for it.
So we're not quite halfway through. 8:30, 10:30.
10:30, quarter to 11.
Yes.
How long does it take to get to Salina?
It all depends what way we go home. Then you got to go to Greenville.
Woo! About 1 a.m. and an hour and a half work when I get to Greenville, so I'll probably get to bed around 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. Of course, I don't have to get up tomorrow morning.
You won't be late for breakfast?
I'll skip breakfast. If I stay up that late, I'll sleep in. I'll make you one bet, though. I'll bet you I beat you to the fairgrounds.
No, I'm sure you will.
You know me. You don't have that phobia, huh?
No.
Boy, I do.
Well, I get there an hour and 15 minutes ahead of time.
I get there anywhere from 2.5 to 2 hours ahead of time. And that was even when announcing at the Meadows or Hollywood, Dayton, or any place.
So if post time at the Meadows would be back in the day, what would the post time be when you first started there? Would it be 7:30, 8 o'clock?
It was at night.
And they would go late then.
I think we started at 7, if I remember correctly.
But you would be there at 5?
4:30, 5 o'clock, yeah.
But you had things to do before that with the show, right, or not?
Usually did that in the morning.
Okay.
I've had the fear of a flat tire, or you name it. One night I got hit by a deer. Jumped off a hillside right onto my hood, and the airbag blew up and everything. And if I hadn't have been going to the track 2 hours early, I'd have never made the first race post. Another night I did have a flat tire. We're going to the gate. That phobia developed with Uncle Don. We left Xenia at 5:30 for post time at 7 o'clock, I think, at Troy. Said he had plenty of time. We got to Fairborn and he had a flat tire. Pulled into the Miami County Fairgrounds. They were playing the national anthem. I was only 13 years old. He says, "Can you park this car?" And I said, "Sure, I'll park it." I parked the car and I watched Uncle Don run down the racetrack to do the post parade. And when I started announcing, I said, that will never happen to me. Here's Bill Peters.
Here they come. Here, off and trotting. The first horse away is Wisco Tax Collector. In there second is Trenton Marseille. Moving along third is Buckeye Baron. Moving up fourth is Mogul Maverick. The last horse off stride has Got the Money Honey. As they race down the backside, they race over toward that quarter-mile mark. Clifton Bell has Trenton Marseille on top. Racing in there second is Buckeye Baron, driven by Tyler Rush. Moving along third, down the backside is Mogul Maverick, driven by Drew Neal. Racing fourth, off stride now is Wisco Tax Collector, driven by Emmanuel Miller. The last horse, Got the Money Honey, driven by Rosie Weaver. First quarter trotted in 34 seconds. Horses are strung out a wee bit as they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's Trenton Marseille by about 5.5 lengths. In there second is Buckeye Baron. Moving third is Mogul Maverick. Racing fourth around that turn, that's Got the Money Honey, and the last horse, Wisco Tax Collector. Coming down to the half-mile mark, that's Clifton Bell and Trenton Marseille bringing the horses down to the half, but charging up on the outside second is Mogul Maverick. Racing in there third is Buckeye Baron. Then comes Got the Money Honey and Wisco Tax Collector. First half trotted in 107 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark, Trenton Marseille goes off stride. With the lead is Mogul Maverick. Racing in there second, Buckeye Baron. Trenton Marseille is third. Racing fourth, Wisco Tax Collector. And the last horse, Got the Money Honey. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's Mogul Maverick with the lead, but gaining with every stride is Buckeye Baron. Trotting third is Trenton Marseille. 3 quarters in, 138 and 3/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. On the way of the lead is Mogul Maverick, but on the outside comes Buckeye Baron. It's Mogul Maverick and Buckeye Baron as they race through the lane. Mogul Maverick at the rail, Buckeye Baron on the outside. Mogul Maverick and Buckeye Baron. Mogul Maverick and Buckeye Baron right together. Mogul Maverick and Buckeye Baron tight at the wire between Buckeye Baron and Mogul Maverick. Up for show was Trenton Marseille. 1 mile and 2:09.
Looks as though it would be the 5 Buckeye Baron, Tyler Rush. Mogul Maverick and Drew Neal made the break, Roger, and just gobbled up ground.
He spotted Mogul Maverick. I told you he's been making breaks 2 out of the last 3 efforts. When this horse stays flat, he's hard to beat. He spotted him 15, 20 lengths at the start of the race and had the lead by about 2 or 3 lengths at the 3/4 pole, but it was evident that he was going to get beat in the stretch because Buckeye Barron was closing with each and every stride, and he had a much easier trip than Mogul Maverick. And the horse that Rosie was driving, Jumping Shadows. A lot of them having trouble in this first turn.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you can see that.
And there's that one shadow spot right there in that first turn. Or see where the track's real light?
Yes.
Down by that pylon or whatever. I don't know if that's light or it's just the color of the racetrack, but there have been a couple horses jump over that tonight. In fact, somebody sent me a picture.
Bring Buckeye Barron back to the winner's circle.
Buckeye Barron by Long Tom.
Back into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Delaware, Ohio, comes number 5, Buckeye Barron. Owned by Harold Lee Barter and Chris Page, trained by Tim Grubb, and driven to Vector this evening by Tyler Rice. Now, members of the family of Richard Guilford are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation here to Buckeye Barron. We'll also have a picture taken with the Glenn Vance Memorial, although it will go to the winner of the first division. What say you? Won in a faster time in the first division. We're going to get a picture of, with both blankets here in the winner's circle. But first we have the blanket in memory of Richard Guilford. Dick was a longtime harness racing fan here in the Hicksville area. Okay. There is a judge's inquiry in this race.
There is a judge's inquiry in this race. Right now we're getting a picture taken with the Glenn Vance Memorial.
But it will go to the winner of the first division.
Still we're going to have a picture taken.
Might be looking if Maverick had clearance when he Clifton Bell's horse made the break over there when Mogul Maverick overtook him. Not sure. That's the only thing I saw. But there's also a lot of
not going to
jumping around
winner
at the start.
Here, I'm sure, or they wouldn't. Looking through comments, Butch Pine says, "Can you get general admission tickets the day of the Little Brown Jug?" Well, the answer would be yes, but
general admission where?
Well, yeah, where? Well, you can most likely still get them in the grandstand, I would think. Jug day.
There is a judge's inquiry here in race 7.
Underneath the grandstand,
yes.
No seating. There's no general admission
No
seating.
general admission seating, no. In the grandstand, it is a reserved seat.
Yeah.
And most likely, you could buy them there, but I wouldn't want to take the chance.
There are some
usually available
yeah.
in the past, but you can call the Delaware County Fair for those of you listening wanting to attend the Jug. Ground chair seats, anywhere from 30 to 35 in that range. Grandstand seats, maybe a little higher.
For those that have ordered seats, I haven't received mine in the mail as yet, so they should be coming in the mail
anytime,
next week
yes.
or 10 days.
I'd like to see that new Delaware Social Club tent that they put up there kind of next to the grandstand. I think those are going to be prime seats.
Be, you know where they had that trailer parked last year?
Mm-hmm.
They moved that trailer to where the old Delaware Fair office was.
Okay.
The old building, the trailer's there, and they're putting that social club tent in that area there.
And was the winner. Time of the first quarter was 34 seconds. The half was in 107 and 1/5. The 3/4 in 138 and 3/5, with a mile in 209. From the top it should read 5, 2, 3, 4, 1 on the bottom. The mile in 209. new lifetime mark on Buckeye Baron.
But back to the jug and the tickets. Yes, there should be plenty of tickets. Order a good seat. They have a top of the stretch tent, a pavilion tent in the first turn, the paddock tent, I guess you call it, on the back side. A lot of good seating. I don't want to go out and tell you what these prices would be on these tents, but it's a pretty good deal where you get a sandwich, a meal, and a program and things like that. So just call the Delaware County Fair for those of you listening that do have any interest in attending this year's Little Brown Jug.
A lot of people question the attendance figure, but you got to remember when we had attendance of 40 or 50,000, there were no tents available. And
yes.
Those tents are packed.
Yes.
Packed. You're talking 2,500 to 3,000 people in the pavilion in the first turn alone. And you add the other tents, you're talking about another 3,000 to 5,000 people. So you got about anywhere between 7,000 to 10,000 people in the tents alone at Delaware.
Even when I first started going, we would sit in the folding chairs out where that Delaware Social Club is going to be, and you didn't want to sit in the wrong seats out there for a while because, I mean, somebody would come along like, no, get out of here. And there were a lot of seats down there.
Do we have to run a commercial?
Yeah, we probably should.
Well, I was going to tell the story of my parents going to the jug for the first time to hear me, and we'll tell it sometime.
All right, we'll go to a quick commercial here.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead's sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year, Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K Hanover by world record holder Walner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
We are back at Defiance County Fair in Hicksville, Ohio. Roger, you had a quick story to tell us about your parents attending the jug and jug seats.
1968, first jug I called. I've started announcing in 67, but my parents came up in 68. And they had the bleachers next to the grandstand, so I got them good seats. Section A, closest to the grandstand, front row. And I had to tell them in advance because Mom and Dad were teetotalers. They didn't drink. And I said, there's going to be a number of people up there drinking, and the large barrels are going to be loaded with beer bottles and everything. So it's kind of setting the stage for them. Along about the third race, Irene hits Cecil in the side, says, look at that. Guy's passed out drunk, laying there in front of the bleachers. People stepping over him and everything. That was after the second or third race. At the seventh or eighth race, they determined the guy had died of a heart attack. True story.
I'll be darned.
And the fans just kept stepping right over his body.
I shouldn't be laughing at that story, but I mean, I can see it happening.
Condolences. That was my parents' introduction
to the Little Brown Jug.
Did they ever go back after that?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I got them better seats.
Well, this 8th race is the 2-year-old filly trot for $4,794. They'll scratch the 3, Wada Bell. 1 Supreme Dance, Drew Neal, Rosie Weaver. This is a 2-year-old bay filly by full count. 4 wins in 10 starts, 2 seconds, 2 thirds, just shy of 20,000, 205 and 1 at Athens for the 1 Supreme Dance.
2 is Hill on Heels. They haven't paraded yet.
No.
2-year-old filly.
Yep.
What the Hill. Another one out of the Hagerman stable. Manuel Miller. 5 starts, a second and a third. Made a break last time out at Scioto Downs. Last fair start was at Croton, 2 back with the second place finish, timed in 2:08 and 3/5. 3 times though, second and third, 3 times in just 5 starts. Hill on Heels.
3 is scratch for Princess Holly D. Pierce Henry owns, trains, and drives, and owns in partnership with Dharma Fall Racing. Has had 2 second-place finishes the last 2 timeouts in 4 starts. 3,600 on the year for the 4 Princess Holly D.
5 horses Magic Getaway. Jamie Weller, the trainer. Rod Allens Jr. drives. 2-year-old filly, but muscle up the goal. 7 starts, 2 wins, a second and a third. Fastest, Bluffton, 2-5 and 2. 2 back, a winner at Attica. And 2-5 and 4, final panel 30 and 1.
I think they're looking at the judges are looking at something.
I've seen a force of horses. So we hear that?
What's that?
We're hearing.
Yes. Yes. Which I'm surprised.
Our Supreme Post word for racing. That's the 3rd division of the 2-year-old filly.
So
going for a purse of $4,794 and a blanket courtesy of Defiance Chiropractic Center. The 1 is Supreme Dance, owned and trained by Rosie Weaver of Beach City, the driver Drew Neal. Number 2 is Hill on Heels, owned by Springhaven Farm of Utica, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 3, Wada Bell has been drawn. 4 is Princess Holly D, owned by Pierce Henry of Lipstick,
Ohio and Dharma Fall Racing Enterprises, Sylvania, Ohio, trained and driven by Pierce Henry. At number 5 is Magic Getaway, owned by JNR Racing of Rising Sun, Ohio, and Greg Kowalkowski of Gunshaw, Pennsylvania, trained by Jamie Weller, the driver Rod Allens Jr. Horses will take 1 long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows.
closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Play, Show, Exacta, and Perfect Wager.
Yeah, sorry about that. There's got to be a better way to
they just want to
do
see
the replays. Yeah.
We're back at it here Saturday for the makeup day that was canceled yesterday. 11 races, 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. Saturday morning. You have to get up early. What's the earliest? I can remember the year Faraway Bay, Dick Buxton.
What about it?
Early morning. They would cancel the day before, wasn't they? The jugs because of rain or something. Then they started real earlier. They started early one morning.
Well, you're talking about Faraway Bay's year that he was in the
He
jug.
won an elimination of the jug, right?
Right.
Dick Buxton drove him.
Yeah.
And it was early in the morning for some reason.
I'm not sure. I think it was 10 a.m.
I think you're right on that. Was it
because I
just because so many races?
Whenever it was, I announced.
I know what you're going to say. I can
it was
remember
a
what you said.
World record of Delaware, Ohio for 10 a.m. in the morning.
Yes, I can remember that. And that's going back.
I have no idea who won that race, though.
See, Faraway Bay was in that fire that year and escaped, I believe.
But the rest of the story on that, Faraway Bay was with, what was the horse that Joe O'Brien won the jug with that got kidnapped?
The number in this race, number 2,
Yes.
Hill on Heels, is
He won the jug. Armbro Nesbitt was second.
Wasn't Nero?
No.
Didn't Joe O'Brien have one called Nero, though?
Yeah, but this was Nero never won the jug.
Okay.
Come on, Roger. Ohio horse. 2 or 3 weeks after the jug, the horse got kidnapped, disappeared.
What's their horse called? Did you just say Armbro Operative?
Yeah, Armbro Nesbitt was second.
Armbro Nesbitt was second.
With Glenn Garnsey.
Okay.
Come on. Somebody will text us.
Well, Jay Wolf probably will.
Well, anyway, what happened was that year, the weather was decent for the first elimination. But when it come time for the next one, storm clouds moved in, or maybe it was for the final, and the weather totally changed from the elimination to the final. It was cloudy and dark and looked like it was going to have a horrible storm. Wind picked up and everything. And that was also in that jug that year.
Was it Melvin's Wow?
Melvin's Woe!
Melvin's Woe.
Melvin's Woe.
I'm lying. I stole that from Jay. He gave me the answer.
Did he text you?
Yeah.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did. But that's it. Yeah, I should have played that out a little longer.
Yeah, Melvin's Woe.
Most people don't remember, though, he got kidnapped.
I had no idea. I never heard that story.
Yeah. They found him in the field. Somebody, I guess, I don't know what they wanted him for, except maybe to breed some mares or something like that. But they returned him to the field that they stole him out of.
Really?
Yeah.
Just borrowed him for a while.
About 2 weeks later.
Huh.
Probably bred 10 mares.
Here they come. The year off and trotting the first horse away at the rim of Supreme Dance. On the outside second is Hill on Heels. Moving up third is Magic Getaway. The last horse is Princess Holly D. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over that quarter mile mark, Drew Neal has Supreme Dance on top by 1 length. Second is Hill on Heels, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Moving through at the rail, off stride third now, it's Magic Getaway, driven by Rod Adams Jr. The last horse, Princess Holly D, driven by Pierce Henry. Going to that quarter mile mark, that's Supreme Dance on top by about 3 lengths now over Hill on Heels. Racing third, Magic Getaway, the last horse, Princess Holly D. First quarter trotted in 31 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, Supreme Dance shows on top by 2.5 lengths over Hill on Heels. For the back third comes Magic Getaway and Princess Holly D. No change as they race down to the half-mile mark. That's Drew Neal and Supreme Dance bringing the horses down to the half. Racing second, Hill on Heels. Then comes Magic Getaway and Princess Holly D. First half trotted in 102 4/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Sprint, Supreme Dance. The closest horse second is Hill on Heels. Racing third, Magic Getaway. Traveling is Princess Holly D. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. That's still Prince Supreme Dance by about 2.5 lengths over Hill on Heels. Further back third comes Magic Getaway, and then fourth is Princess Holly D. Past that 3/4 mile mark, that's Supreme Dance by about 2.5 lengths over Hill on Heels. What was that again? 3/4 in 135 3/5. As they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt, that's Supreme Dance and Hill on Heels. Supreme Dance at the rail, Hill on Heels on the outside. Supreme Dance and Hill on Heels as they race through the lane. Supreme Dance and Hill on Heels. Supreme Dance and Hill on Heels. Supreme Dance and Hill on Heels. It's Supreme Dance. Hill on Heels up for place, up for show. It's Magic Getaway. A mile in 2:06 4/5.
2:06 4. Drew Neal, gate to wire. Rosie Weaver to Obey Philly by full count. believe an $8,000 purchase. I'm going to get my flashlight out here. 5th win in 11 tries. 3, 4 in a row, 5 in a row for Supreme Dance. 31-4, 102-4.
You can
135-3, 206-4. I never say it. That's one I say a lot of things you say. I use a red pen like you taught me 56 years ago. That's one thing I will not say.
I was going to say you were my first stalker.
First stalker.
Well, you know, the wildest thing is, look at our presiding judge, David Stats. Same red pen.
Yes, same red pen.
And he's even totally like me because he'll have 6 or 7 of them.
Now, you was talking about the borings right there.
What's up, Travis?
They're borings.
Yes. Okay.
Roger Houston was talking about you tonight on the air. Colors are identical to Chris's. Colors are identical to Chris's. I've seen those colors many times. Now, Chris is definitely your uncle, right?
Yes.
And your dad's name's Otis?
Otis, yes.
Yeah. Now, have you been involved in racing all along?
I've been involved in it most of my life. I took a little break when I had my kids. I was raising my kids, but
Well,
I played one the last couple of years. The last 2 years was okay.
When you see Chris, be sure you tell him Roger said hi.
I absolutely will.
I haven't saw him since Goshen at the Hall of Fame that night.
He didn't want to go. It was his son that talked him into going.
Oh, no. I bet you he didn't have to talk too hard.
No, I don't think so.
Supreme Dance, Rosie Weaver, Drew Neal to the winner's circle. They double up on tonight's card, along with Hagerman and Manny Miller. Rosie Weaver, second in the standings, most probably, as trainer. Third. Betty Clegg, second, probably.
Yeah.
Hank Levans is the leading trainer, and second in the driver's standings, Hank Levan.
Drew's going to be tough to beat as far as drivers are concerned. But one of the things that's happening this year is I think Hank is missing some of the fairs because he's racing a little bit more at Northfield and Scioto.
Drew Neal's on a dead run. Back to the barn to get the next horse.
31 4/5. The half was in 102 4/5. The 3/4 in 135 3/5, with a mile in 206 4/5. From the top, it should read 1, 2, scratch, 4, 3 on the bottom. The mile in 206 4/5.
On to the 9th. A field of 6. We need a driver on the 4. Hey, hey!
It's Friday.
Friday. Drew Neal.
That's where Drew was running. Well, we're going to be back right after these messages.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Dublin Valley Farms, home of Volstead sire of 2024 Ohio Horse of the Year, Sugar Instead. Also standing at Dublin Valley Farms, Slay, a promising young son of Chapter 7 and Coach K Hanover by world record holder Walner. Looking for your next winner? Dublin Valley Farms and our clients are offering an exciting lineup of yearlings with current and fashionable pedigrees. Available at public auctions this year. Backed by a team that cares, Dublin Valley Farms, Fredericksburg, Ohio.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. Thestable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at thestable.ca.
We're back here at Hicksville, Defiance County Fair. Roger, you started a lot of announcers. One of the great ones that you started, I think he was number 2. I was the first with Sam McKee. I can remember meeting you at Delaware one day in the log cabin, and you said, it was jug morning, and you said, we're going to go over here in front of the bleachers and meet a kid by the name of Sam McKee. I can still remember that very day. Sam McKee went on to be a Hall of Fame announcer, a great gentleman.
He was a pain in the as a youngster. He'd write me a letter. I'd return the letter with the comments. I'd get another letter the next day, it seemed like.
Mm-hmm.
Sent me tape recordings when he was 9 years old.
It's funny how things happen. He called one of his first paying jobs that you got him was at the Wilmington Fair.
Yeah.
And that was one of my first paying jobs.
I called Bobby Williams that year. He had announced the junior driving championship at the age of 14 at the Meadows. Came down, spent a whole week with me. And I had him announce that, some qualifiers. And I wanted to get him a job right away, so I called Bobby Williams in Wilmington, who was the speed superintendent. And I said, have you got an announcer this year? And he says, no, not yet. And I said, well, I got one for you. And he says, who is it? And I said, Sam McKee. Never heard of him. I said, no, you haven't. He's 14 years old and just starting out, but he's good. How much do I have to pay him? I says, $50 a night. I'm not paying any 14-year-old kid $50 a night. I says, the publicity that you're going to get will far outweigh your $50 a night. Didn't have a driver's license, so his mother had to drive him to all the fairs that I got him, Ashland and a few others. It's hard.
Yeah, he would fill in a lot of fairs for me. But it's ironic, the first 2 you start, both, some of their first paying jobs was I called for you at Wilmington in 73 and 4 because they would race 4 nights then, and you would be 2 nights you would all do 2 nights there, I believe, and then go to Urbana and do so. I can remember in 74, I believe they raced in August back then. See, fairs have all switched around, but they used to be on top. Wilmington and Urbana used to be head-to-head.
I think Wilmington was after Xenia.
Probably so, and Xenia would have been right at the end of July. Yeah. But my wife went with me, and we were not married. Well, it was my girlfriend at the time. She made our wedding invitations out right behind the judges' stand.
No.
Back in 1974.
3 out, that leaves 3 to go.
Come to find out that there were so many things that Sam did as a youngster that I didn't know until the day of the funeral. But both of us had ping pong tables in our basements.
Let's get the 4 that are out there together. Don't have to parade those last 2
And,
during the post-parade.
Both of us used a deck of cards to make a racetrack. Both of us, this is, 30 years apart. Both of us had horses in cowboy and Indian sets. Post-parade, I think.
And a blanket given in memory of Bob Smalley and Paul Smalley. Number 1 is Grew, owned by Stephen Reese and J.D. Weller of Republic, trained by J.D. Weller, the driver Rod Adams Jr. Number 2 is Mama Said Zip It, owned by Marge Deshetsky of North Branch, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 3 is Pete Said, Home by Rick Estel of Oakwood, trained by Chad Williamson, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 4 is Hey Hey, It's Friday. Home by Michael Lee of Rudolph, Ohio, and Dr. Jill Demo of Delta, Ohio, trained by Mike Lee, the driver Drew Neal. Number 5 is Spartan Hill. Home by Jerry Migel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. And number 6 is Bossa Nova Star, owned and trained by Jeff Short of Delaware, the driver Clifton Bell. Horses will take one.
Well, 9th race is coming up. You want to take a look at the field here, Roger? 1 is Grew, Rod Adams Jr. for Jamie Weller, 3-year-old Bay Goated son, a bit of a legend. Has a win, a 2nd and 2/3, right at 11,000 this year, 22,000 lifetime, 201 and 2 at Attica, 2 back.
This is a horse that I jogged on Saturday before the horse won at Delaware last year in 155 and 3. I hadn't jogged a 2-year-old in probably 20 years, and Mike Sweeney says you'll have no trouble with this one. Mama Said Zipper. 3-year-old gelding by Racing Hill. This year, 1 of 12 with a 2nd and a 3rd. 2nd 2 back at Croton, 2 minutes flat. Final quarter 28 and 1. But Scotty Zerone drove this horse at Delaware last year, and I had something to do with that win.
Pete said the 3, Pierce Henry, teams up again with Chad Williamson. They already have 1 on the card tonight. This is a 3-year-old brown gelding by Well Said. 8 starts, has 4 seconds, 2/3, 6,500 this year, 15,000 lifetime. Took a mark as a 2-year-old at Tiffin of 202 and 2.
The 4 is Hey Hey, It's Friday. Michael Lee trains. Drew Neal drives. 3-year-old down by the seaside. Winless in 11. Does have 5 seconds, 2/3. 2nd. Last time out, Napoleon, 201. Final quarter, 30 and 3/5. A $27,000 purchase.
5, Spartan Hill, Mark St. Louis Jr. for Steve Novak. Jerry Migel owns. 3-year-old Bay Goated son of a Racine Hill, a $10,000 Ohio Select purchase. 3 wins and 10 starts, has 2/3 lifetime, 11 wins, 8 of those wins coming last year, where he made $30,000 as a 2-year-old and took a mark at Northfield Park of 155 and 3.
6 horses, Bossa Nova Star, Jeff Short, the trainer, Clifton Bell drives. 3-year-old gelding, Well Said. 9 starts, a win and a 2nd. The win, last time out, Napoleon, 2 minutes. And 1/5, final quarter, 30 and 1/5. This was a $8,000 purchase as a yearling.
I got to see Mama Said Zippett's mom out at Hickory Lane a couple weeks ago. Well, after Urbana. She is gorgeous. I know Roan's lighting up a little bit in the summertime, but I mean, she was white. Had a real good-looking baby next to her, too. I think a Luz Perlman.
Yeah. Well, this Mama Said Zip It, I'll tell you, was a perfect colt for me to jog anyway. I was leery of getting in behind a 2-year-old or something my age and such, but Mike says, you'll not have any trouble with this one. And, all horses at Delaware, for one reason or another, and it was even when I was racing in the amateur races, when you're going the wrong way of the track and you come across in front of the grandstand, they take a hold. Every single horse I've ever sat behind, and maybe that's 25, 30 over the years, always takes a hold. One reason or not. And as soon as you get by the grandstand, they come right back to normal. But just one of the things there at Delaware. No, I was so proud of Sammy. And I did not make him an announcer. He was an announcer at the age of 8,
Mm-hmm.
believe me. I may have helped him get started and stuff like that, but he was a true announcer from the get-go.
He told me what probably brought him to the level that he got to pretty quickly was announcing at DRC, where he announced running horses for a while.
Worked for Ladbroke.
Yes.
Who was on the Meadows.
I was with him up at Northville after DRC closed, and I mean things were pretty grim in Michigan even at that point, really. And he was just so happy to get the job out there in New Jersey, and it could have gone him to a better person.
He was happy, but there were a lot of question marks because his wife had a tremendous job in Michigan, and asking her to pack up and go to New Jersey and everything, but she was able to work by computer with a regular job, even though they were in New Jersey. It made it a lot easier for them. Here they come.
Here they come. They're off and pacing the first horse away is Mama Said Zip It. Moving up the rail second, that's Gru. Moving up between horses third is Bossa Nova Star. At the rail fourth is Spartan Hill. Moving up on the outside fifth is Pete Said. Now the last horses they race down the backside. That is Gru. As they race down the backside over toward that quarter mile mark. With the lead on the outside is Mama Said Zip It. That's Gru along the rail second. On the outside third, Bossa Nova Star. Racing fourth is Spartan Hill. Racing fifth is Pete Said. And the last horse is Hey, it's Friday. First quarter paced in 29 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. Now taking over on the outside as they race down to the half, that's Bossa Nova Star. Bossa Nova Star with the lead as they race down toward the half. Racing in there second. On the outside, now comes Mama Said Zip It. Mama Said Zip It now takes over, driving back second, Bossa Nova Star. Gru is in there third, followed by Spartan Hill fourth. Pete Said fifth, and the last horse, Hey, it's Friday. First half pace in 58 and 2/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Mama Said Zip It. At the rail second is Bossa Nova Star. Gru now moves up on the outside third with Spartan Hill also on the move fourth, followed by Pete Said fifth, and the last horse, Hey, it's Friday. Past that 3/4 mile mark. That's Mama Said Zip It with the lead. Gru racing in there second. On the outside third is Spartan Hill. 3/4 in 129 and 2/5. Racing around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Mama Said Zip It, still with the lead, followed by Gru and Spartan Hill. As they race through the lane, that's Mama Said Zip It. Mama Said Zip It and Gru. Mama Said Zip It and Gru on the outside. Mama Said Zip It and Gru. It's going to be Mama Said Zip It. And here they all come. Gru up for place, Spartan Hill for show. A mile in 159 and 4/5.
I had no idea my jogging the horse as a 2-year-old would carry over to the 3-year-old campaign.
That had something to do with it. I'll be darned.
If I was capable, I'd run down there to the winner's circle and get him a picture taken.
The only thing is you got to come back up the steps.
Yeah. Mike doesn't even know I'm here, but maybe I was a good luck charm tonight.
$59 and 4, 29, 58 and 2. 3/4, 129 and 2.
What was the first quarter?
29 flat, 58 and 2, 129 and 2, and 159 and 4. Second of the season for the 3-year-old gray gelded son of Racing Hill. $27,000 Ohio Select purchase as a yearling.
Lifetime earnings now. zeroing in on 45,000. That's about the fourth time that father's had to come up here. I think his kid wants to be an announcer. Keeps coming up to see me. Dad picks him up. Come back down here.
Into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from North Branch, Michigan, comes number 2, Mama Said Zip It. Owned by Marge Deshetsky, trained by Mike Sweeney, and driven to victory this evening by Emmanuel Miller. Now the blanket for this race is given in memory of Bob and Paul Smalley. Bob and Paul Smalley had horses stabled here at the Defiance County Fairgrounds for several years back in the 1970s and 1980s. And their families are giving this blanket in their memory.
Mike does not make the trip to the winner's circle.
Might have a few more in tonight. I don't know if he does.
It's great to see these families come out and
join in the winner's circle for these trophy presentations and these blankets given in memory of these people that we really missed it from years back.
Got so many people in the winner's circle, I don't think you can see the horse.
and Mama Said Zip It, and to the families of Bob and Paul Smalley for giving this blanket in their memory.
Some placings for race 9 from the top. Number 1, Grew was second. Number 2, Mama Said Zip It was the winner. Number 3, Pete Said was 4th. Number 4, Hey Hey It's Friday was 5th. Number 5, Spartan Hill was 3rd. And number 6, Bossa Nova Star was 6th. Time of the first quarter was 29 seconds. The half was in 58 2/5. The 3/4 in 129 2/5. With a mile in 159 4/5. From the top it should read 2:14.536. A mile in 159 4/5.
Well,
hey,
up next,
Mike, how you doing?
10th race.
The broadcast in the barn area, and he must have heard me talking about him, but Mike just give me a call. How you doing, Mike?
10th race up next, Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series. Leslie Joyce, Christina Johnson, and Jamie Weller. Field of 3, we'll be back to take a look at the Field of 3 lady drivers right after this.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Hey kids, we invite you to join the Backstretch Buddies Club, a fun and free club for kids 12 and under who love horses and wants to be a part of harness racing in Ohio. Once you've signed up, you will be able to join Willie Winnett and exciting adventures and receive awesome surprises. Sign up today using the QR code.
Mike was giving me heck for not going down and getting a picture taken in the winner's circle. You never, Doug, you got to always remember this. You have no idea who's watching these broadcasts. Even in the barn area, the horsemen like to watch the races. Woo!
Donuts.
Oh.
Thank you, sir.
You want one later.
Thanks. Yeah, that's pretty good. Is Paul presiding judge here?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, presiding judge. Brought some donuts. It doesn't happen everywhere.
He used to drive, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Because he reintroduced himself to me at Hollywood Dayton, I believe. He was working as an associate judge.
They got to Slina. He went to school in Delaware, Ohio, as a youngster, first grade. His dad worked for Curly Smart at one time.
We're enjoying donuts.
They are good here.
Talk a little bit for us, Matt. We got a mouthful.
Chewing's not that loud.
Very good donuts.
I can call races with a Hall's eucalyptus in my mouth all the time. But eating donuts, that's a little different story.
I don't have a program printed off, guys. I don't have much here.
As lengthy as this program's going to be tonight, I'm glad they brought the donuts.
Yeah.
We needed it.
Good thing you had a snack.
You're eating your breakfast now. Eating your breakfast early. Yeah, we got, what are we on the 10th?
How long is it going to take you to get back to Salina, Doug?
Hour and a half.
Probably an hour and a half, and then Rogers got 35 minutes after that.
To Greenville, right? Yeah.
Horses on its way. Last horse is on its way, so let's get them together and line up to break.
15 races tomorrow at Greenville. So then that's a break. That's, I think, the only track going tomorrow, and then nothing on Friday. Back here Saturday.
Courtesy of the Kidney Cancer Awareness. Number 1 is Illini Fable, owned by Denmar Stable of Florida, Fort Myers, Florida, trained by Ed Conrad, the driver Leslie Joyce. Number 2 is Buck Tilly, owned by Wasika Lauder of Taylor, Michigan, trained by Ed Conrad, the driver Christina Johnson. And number 3 is PB's on Fire, owned by DTS Racing Stable LLC of Toledo, trained by Richard Zelenak, the driver is Jamie Weller. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate and mute your windows.
Ladies driving pace here. Lauren Harmon went with you on the trip to Ireland. And was she second in that race?
Second. Yeah, Jasmine Arnold went last year and finished second. Lauren went this year and finished second again. And both of them, superb drives. Believe me, I was so proud of both Jasmine and Lauren for the way they drove, the way they interacted with the fans, other drivers and such. And they really, both of them, represented the sport of harness racing here in the States very well. Of course, this year, Dean Spriggs, he's been going over there for the last maybe 3 or 4 years. And he was there again this year. And it's a big thing.
So we got a field of 3, Illini Fable, Leslie Joyce, Illini Fable, 94,000 lifetime, yet to win this year, has 10 career wins, took a mark as a 4-year-old 2 years ago at 52-3 at Rosecrop, the one Illini Fable with Leslie Joyce.
The 2 is Black Tilly, Christina Johnson. She was last year's winner.
Yes.
At Delaware, Ohio. Ed Conrad is the trainer. 6-year-old roan mare by Well Said. 3 of 16 this season. 3 seconds and a third as well. 158 on the half-mile track at Northfield. Christina has driven this one on a couple occasions this year. She won with the horse at Marion. She was second at Marysville, and last time out was second at Attica. So she's very familiar with Black Tilly.
PBS on Fire, Jamie Weller from Post 3. 123,000 lifetime, 157 at Northfield Park. Took the mark this year. 55-1 2 years ago at Northville.
Michigan.
Northville, Michigan, 17 career wins. Talking about the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series, you've been a big supporter of that all along, especially at Delaware. Usually goes on a Tuesday. I believe it's going to go on opening day on a Sunday this year. Am I correct?
I'm not sure. I know Jay Wolf is the man behind the race scheduling at Delaware this year. He tracks all of the county fair races, how many horses are going to have in certain races and things like that, and estimates how many races they're going to have. And they want to limit the number of races on Jug Day to 18. I think last year, what did we have, 22 or something like that?
Yeah, I believe it was 22.
So they have changed the schedule a bit. So if you're in the habit of racing at Delaware on certain days, check that schedule this year, because even some of the stakes have been changed day-wise.
I talked to Jay a little bit about that, and he said, last year was the first year that they really tried kind of juggling around post times to not go up against some of the other tracks that are going that day, and he said it made a substantial difference in handle. So
a substantial.
Yeah.
I think I'm not sure, but I don't think I'm telling anything. The contract they had with the guy, somebody in Chicago, set the post times.
Yeah, I heard that story, yes.
He set the post times for Delaware last year, and I think he did it at a lower price last year than what he normally charges. And he says, if the handle's up so much, then you owe me some more money. Well, they owed him some more money.
I believe they ran into a lot of trouble the year before. There was 24, 25, wasn't I correct on that maybe? There was a lot that year before. Gets to be a long day, because the jug usually could go off anymore.
Tell me.
6:20, final.
Closer to 7 o'clock
Closer to 7.
All I know is the final heat of the jug is the hardest race to call.
Because of the sun?
Sun,
yes, I can see
directly, directly in your line of sight with the horses coming out of that final turn.
Yep, I was real excited. I put a GoPro on the starting gate to get a start of the jug, and I couldn't wait to see it. And then when I got to look at the footage, all you could see was the blazing sun and some dark outlines of horses coming up to it.
I was always praying for clouds. We never got them.
Yeah, we have been very fortunate the last couple of years. It's just been beautiful down there all week long.
First year the OHHA was there. Were you there that year, Matt, when it was so cold?
I have been there when it's cold. I do
Were you working for the OHHA that year? When it was so cold,
yes.
I missed the jug.
Yes,
we were on a trip.
It started off, the week was really hot, or not necessarily hot, but it was very nice. And then a terrible storm came through, knocked down some TVs in the tents and stuff.
Yes.
I mean, it was a mess. And then it just got real cold.
I'm not going to be able to come in with the year, but it actually snowed one morning at about 6 a.m.
Really?
On Jug Day.
Boy.
Now, this was back before
This is the truth.
Oh, yeah. I was there.
We don't need any of that.
I'm guessing 1960, 61, 62 in that variety. One year I had to wear an overcoat and gloves to even hold the microphone. It was so cold.
Let's go up to Bill Peters to give us a call of the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series.
Here, off and pacing the first horse away at the rail is Illini Fable. On the outside second is Black Chili, and the third is PB's On Fire. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark, Leslie Joyce has Illini Fable on top by a length and a half. Facing second is Black Chili, driven by Christina Johnson, and third is PB's On Fire, driven by Jamie Weller. No change as they head down the backside. That's Illini Fable still with lead. Black Chili continues to pace in there second with PB's On Fire third. Past the quarter-mile mark, that's the Illini Fable by a length and a half over Black Chili. Racing third is PB's On Fire. First quarter paced in 31 and 2/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. Illini Fable shields on top by a length over Buck Tilly, and PB's on fire races third. Coming down to the half-mile mark, that's Leslie Joyce and Illini Fable bringing the horses to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second is Christina Johnson with Buck Tilly, and racing third is PB's on fire. First half paced in 1:02 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over the 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Illini Fable. The closest horse second is Buck Tilly, and trailing is PB's on fire. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. Illini Fable still with a lead, but here comes Christina Johnson with Buck Tilly up on the outside to pull in the pressure. Past that 3/4 mile mark. That's Illini Fable with the rail and Buck Tilly on the outside. They're only heads apart racing into that far turn. 3/4 in 1:32 3/5. As they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Illini Fable with the rail with Buck Tilly on the outside. Illini Fable and Buck Tilly as they race for home. Illini Fable with the rail. Buck Tilly on the outside. Buck Tilly and Illini Fable. Buck Tilly and Illini Fable. It's going to be Buck Tilly. And here they all come. Illini Fable up for second. A mile in 2:04.
Well, that is probably one of the slowest Spring Haven Farm
Yes,
Ladies
you're
Driving
right.
Series races. Xenia, they went to the 3/4 in 1:27 mile and 2 minutes flat, and mostly probably because there's a three-horse
field, 31 2, 102 2.
I never doubted that Black Tilly would be the winner, though. I really didn't.
They were going at it then at
Yeah.
around that final turn, that last 1/4 mile. You suppose they were talking to one another?
No.
Just talking to that horse, trying to get the most out of it.
Yelling and screaming.
Christina Johnson, as you mentioned, was the pace winner last year. The ladies' race, I believe, at Delaware, won the championship.
Back-to-back gray horses in the winner's circle. You don't see that very often.
This is the 6-year-old roan mare by Well Said. Out of the Admiral's Gallery mare, Daisy Dukes.
When we interviewed with Christina last year at Delaware, that's the first time I'd ever met her.
Yeah, I believe we did that together, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I jumped in the interview.
Okay,
I was
yeah.
going to interview her, and I was so happy for her.
Into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Taylor, Michigan, comes number 2, Buck Tilly. Owned by Wasika Lauder, trained by Ed Conrad, and driven to victory this evening by Christina Johnson. Now this is a Kidney Cancer Awareness Trophy race, and Jim and Kara Shaw are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation.
2-1-3.
That dog down there.
Dog's getting awful close to getting kicked.
Dog doesn't know what to do with a big horse.
Lauder, Christina Johnson, and Buck Tilly. And for Jim and Kara Shaw for giving this blanket for the Kidney Cancer Awareness. Here are the official ratings for race 10 from the top. Number 1, Illini Fable was second. Number 2, Buck Tilly was the winner. Number 3, PB's On Fire was third. Time of the first quarter was 31 2/5. The half was in 1:02 2/5. The 3/4 in 1:32 2/5. Well, a mile in 2:04 from the top of Charade. 2:13, a mile in 2:04.
I'm not sure that dog's not a pup because comparing it to Rosie's dog, very calm. Have you ever told the story about Rosie's dog Bolt on the air about how she saved all those horses?
Oh, no, I never have.
Okay. Rosie Weaver one day, Bolt the dog, would not get in the truck with Rosie after the day was over. No matter what she did, she couldn't get him to come to the truck. Rosie knew immediately that Bolt was trying to tell her something. So she said, okay, Bolt. And Bolt runs back into the barn and goes to the garage door opener, which was shooting sparks. Bolt may have saved 40-some horses with that one action.
Amazing.
Yeah. It was unreal. And and you know Bolt as well as anybody, man.
Oh, yeah.
You've been around him.
Yeah.
One heck of a dog.
Yep, incredibly smart.
Yeah.
Well, up next we have the 11th race, the Signature Series, the Kermit Peter Memorial Trot. You and Kermit go back a long way.
A long way. Whoa.
We're going to take a break and we'll come back and take a look at these 4 trotters for the Kermit Peter Memorial right after this.
In Ohio, Hickory Lane Farm has the stallions you are looking for, like What the Hill, Uncle Peter, and In Range, as well as Branded by Lindy, Jug Winner Luz Pearlman, Racing Hill, and Guardian Angel Oz. Hickory Lane will offer a host of Ohio sired yearlings this fall, including 6 by In Range, 5 by Uncle Peter, 4 by Guardian Angel Oz, and 1 by What the Hill. Find out more at hickorylanefarm.com.
This September, the thrill returns to Delaware, Ohio. It's the Little Brown Jug. World-class harness racing, heart-pounding action, and unforgettable fun. Join the tradition. Feel the roar. Be a part of history. We have several hospitality and ticket options, including the new Jug Social Club. Please visit littlebrownjug.com or call 1-800-DEL-FAIR. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are crowned.
The Ohio equine industry needs your help. I'm Scott Mogan, president of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. With over 300,000 horses in Ohio, the economic impact of the equine industry in the state is over $2.8 billion. That means jobs that pump millions of dollars into the local economy and support thousands of families. For Ohio's equine industry to remain strong, we need to send a clear message to our legislators about the important role that the agricultural small businesses play in Ohio's economy. To do that, we need your help. PACER, the Political Action Committee for Equine Racing, helps support and inform on issues that could positively affect Ohio harness racing. Please consider a donation to PACER. To donate, visit our website at OHHA.com or call 614-221-3650. Your donation will help keep harness racing strong in Ohio. Thank you for your support.
Back here at Hicksville, Ohio, the Defiance County Fair, Ohio Fair Racing Conference action. Doug Ballinger, Roger Houston, Matt Clark. Roger, we talked earlier off air. We met Kermit Peters' nephew or something that's a resident here. This up next, the Kermit Peter Memorial Trot. You and Kermit go back a long way. You can remember, named his colors off, described them.
You know, it's funny about colors. I remember drivers' colors from 50, 60 years ago, and Kermit Peter was a regular at Delaware, Ohio for a number of years in the 60s and maybe into the early 70s. Now, I was looking at this race here. It's named in his memory. And in 1996, Chad Peter and Charles Peter won the 2 divisions. In 1997, Charles Peter won a division. In 1998, Charles Peter won both divisions. In 1999, that streak stopped, and the entire family involved in racing. And the gentleman we met, I'm not sure was it the son or was it the grandson?
Might have been the grandson. Might have been the grandson.
Yeah, grandson of Kermit. And he's making his way down towards the winner's circle to be presenting that trophy a little later on here. Got to find the right spot. Signing all these passports tonight. We probably had about 15 or 20 up here tonight.
Our passport leader right now, I assume is the leader, is here tonight. Rich Miller.
He's been I'm guessing. Now, you may know, but I'm guessing he's been at 25 to 30 of the 40-some fairs. Do you know?
He's pretty close. He's been to 30 fairs, he told me.
30.
60 nights of racing, 30
I've seen
fairs.
him everywhere.
Yeah, our last year's winner was James Roy James. Roy. I don't see Roy here tonight.
How many did he have last year?
He went. I don't know what he had to win it, but he gets to sit in the Little Brown Jug Pavilion tent this year.
That's a prize. Just jug day or both days?
I think both days, Wednesday and Thursday. Woo! That was a big prize. That was the grand prize.
That's a $500
And I don't know if he got a television with that also.
Yeah,
I believe he
TV
did.
also, yeah.
Shoot, that's a $500 TV. Ooh, that's over $1,000 probably. Put it all together.
There's win, place, exacta, and trifecta wagering here in race 11. Hurry and don't be shut out.
11, 12, 13, 14 to go.
We're about 45 minutes behind USTA's schedule right now, so I might have to call the hotel when I get in the car if I'm heading down that way. Tell them, don't sell my room. I'm coming.
Where are you going?
I'm debating on whether or not to go home or down to Greenville. So it's really over on this side of the state, not that much difference.
Is your couch available, Doug?
Yeah. My wife told me, I offered if you wanted to stay.
Depending, I may sleep on the couch, I'll tell you. And it won't be the first time I slept on a couch. I knew it was going to be late up here.
A field of 4. Tamon Oz on the outside. Help Emily.
I think
Sonny Ridgetop, SJ Star, Zoomer.
I think we set some kind of record for last night at Lima. It was as early as we got done.
Well, you threatened him with rain from the get-go because it did look like rain. But we got lucky and dodged a bullet there.
Here they come.
Here off and turning the first horse away is Stony Ridgetop. Racing in there second is Tim and Oz. Moving along third is Help Emily, and the last horse is SJS Star Zoomer. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, John Kineski has Stony Ridgetop on top by a length and a half. Trotting in there second is Tim and Oz, driven by Pierce Henry. Third is Help Emily, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. The last horse, SJS Star Zoomer, driven by Laverne Miller. Going toward that quarter-mile mark, that's Stony Ridgetop on top by a length and a half over Tim and Oz. Racing third, Help Emily, and right there fourth, SJS Star Zoomer. Past that quarter-mile mark, Stony Ridgetop by 2 lengths over Tim and Oz. Racing third is Help Emily, and the last horse, SJS Star Zoomer. First quarter trotted in 33 and 1/5 seconds. As they race down toward the half-mile mark, that's Stony Ridgetop bringing the horses down toward the half. Tim and Oz in there second. Ranging up on the outside third is SJS Star Zoomer with Help Emily at the rail fourth. Coming past the half-mile mark now, SJS Star Zoomer goes off stride momentarily. That's Stony Ridgetop with the lead. Tim and Oz racing second. Help Emily third and SJS Star Zoomer fourth. First half trotted in 104 and 4/5. As they round the turn now, heading down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's still Stony Ridgetop on the lead. Racing in there second is Tim and Oz. Third is Help Emily, and SJS Star Zoomer trails. The pace picks up going past that 3/4 mile mark. Stony Ridgetop still with the lead, but right there, close second is Tim and Oz. Help Emily still third, followed by SJS Star Zoomer fourth. 3 quarters in 135. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Stony Ridgetop by 2 lengths over Timonaz. Help Emily still third with SJS Star Zoomer fourth. As they race through home for home, it's Stony Ridgetop and Timonaz. It's going to be Stony Ridgetop wire to wire, and here they all come. Timonaz up for place. Up for third is Help Emily. A mile in 2:04.
2:04, Stony Ridgetop. John Kineski, east to wire.
Last half, 59-1. Final quarter, 29 seconds. This one was never in doubt.
No doubt at all. 170,000 lifetime now for Stony Ridgetop. Career win number 34 in 67 starts. 15 seconds.
That's over 50%.
Yes, it is. 6-year-old Bay Gota's son of a Wishing Stone. John Kineski, Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association director. I believe past president, am I correct on that? I believe so.
Yeah. I say that with confidence, but I'm wrong about a lot of stuff on here. I'm pretty sure.
Another one of those drivers who I love his colors. You know what the principal color is for drivers in the state of Ohio?
Blue?
Red and white.
Really?
Yeah.
Coming in from Pemberville and Bowling Green comes number 2, Stony Ridgetop. All by John Kineski III and Patrick Kineski, and trained to deliver the victory by John Kineski III. Now first we'll have the blanket, the Wiener, Hill, and Weber blanket, which will go to Stony Ridgetop, and then we'll take a picture of the Kermit Peter Memorial blanket, which will go to the winner of the faster division of this race.
4132.
4-1-3.
It's hard to imagine that John Kineski is 77.
Really?
I would never guess that.
I would not either.
First we need the Wiener, Hill, and Weber blanket.
He'd probably be mad because I said it, or his wife would be mad I said it, but it's in the racing program.
I love Big Stony. I had him up on the screen when he was warming up earlier.
And how old is he? 6. I can remember when he was racing 3. That's been 3 years ago. He made an uncharacteristically break the one night at Wauseon when we were working there. I can't believe that's been 3 years already.
Now the gentleman walking out in the winner's circle with the walker is the, I believe, grandson of Kermit Peter.
Stony Ridgetop and the Wiener, Hill, and Weber, and also the Kermit Peter family for giving these blankets for this trophy race in the Kermit Peter Memorial Trot. Here are the official placings for race 11 from the top. Number 1, SJS Star Zoomer was 4th. Number 2, Stony Ridgetop was a winner. Number 3, Help Emily was 3rd. And number 4, Timonaz was 2nd. Time in the first quarter was 33 1/5. The half was in 1:04 4/5. The 3 quarters in 1:35, with a mile in 2:04. From the top it should read 4:13, 2 on the bottom, the mile in 2:04.
I'm going to back that up. I think that the gentleman is the son of Kermit Peter, because I think in their conversation he said that Charles was his brother and Chad was the son of Charles.
Okay.
I think.
Well, up next is the 12th race, a field of 4 going postward. This is a condition trot. Crosswinds Road Sullen, Money Shot, Quit Picker Upper, and Help Me in Red. Field of 4. We'll be back to take a look at the 12th race starters right after this.
Cool Winds Farm is one of Ohio's premier standardbred breeding farms. Cool Winds stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, Jug winner Southwind Aussie, and the royally bred Western Fame. Cool Winds Farm is proud to present our yearling consignments at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 12th, and at the Standardbred Horse Sale in Harrisburg during the cool winds of November.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year, providing advanced specialty care for sports horses from all stages and disciplines. Our expert team of boarded surgeons and sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sports horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
We are back. A chilly evening here in Hicksville. We'll check the current temperature.
If you would have told me on Saturday that later on in this week I'd be wearing a hoodie, I would have called you a liar for sure.
I would guess it's somewhere around 68 degrees.
69.
69.
You're a good weatherman.
Well, I'll tell you, we'll probably all have colds tomorrow night. Last thing I said before we got in the car in Salina, I says, Doug, be sure you take a coat. You had one in your trunk.
Actually, it's just a windbreaker. I could use a little bit more.
Well, this one I got at Delaware, and it's got a felt lining on the inside. So
we're rolling now.
Going for a purse of $1,000. This is the German Root Beer Stand 50th Anniversary Trophy Race. Number one is Crossroads Ellen. Owned by Vernon J. Schmucker, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Trained by Merv Schmucker, the driver Pierce Henry. Number two is Money Shot. Owned and trained by Rory Moore of Grafton, Ohio. The driver is Emmanuel Miller. Number three is Quick Picker Upper. Owned by Redemption Racing of Michigan Center, Michigan. Trained by Jeff Dunn, the driver Clifton Bell. And number four is Help Me, I'm Red. Owned by Double E Meadows of Grable, Indiana. Trained by Merv Schmucker, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Horses will take one score and go to the gate.
You know, this is the most I've seen Mark St. Louis Jr. at a fair in Ohio that his better half, Stacy Curry, wasn't racing a horse. Normally it takes some catch drives when Stacy's racing a horse, but Stacy's not got one in here tonight. These are all catch drives.
A field of four, Crossroads Ellen, I should say. Pierce Henry looking for his second driving win of the evening. This is a 2-year-old black filly by You Knew. 3 starts, is yet to hit the board. Has a little over $1,000 last time out, finished 5th. Been racing at Hoosier Park, trotting some miles, and 2-1 to 2-3, the one. Crossroads Ellen.
2 horses, Money Shot from the hot stable of Rory Moore. Emmanuel Miller, the driver. 9 starts this season, a win, 3 seconds, 3 thirds, 2:06 and 1 at Eaton. This is a 3-year-old filly, but muscle up the goal. The last win was 4 back at Eaton in 2:06 and 1. Since then, a couple thirds and a second. Last time out at Greenville, 2 minutes and 2 fifths. Roy Moore has turned to driving over to most other catch drivers. He has driven this horse on a couple occasions this year. The 2, Money Shot.
Clifton Bell will drive number 3, Quick Picker Upper, for Jeff Dunn, the 4-year-old bay-gelded son of Stormin Norman. 4 starts, has 1/3, has been racing Michigan Fairs.
The 4 horses Help Me, I'm Red. Mervyn Schmucker, 3-year-old filly by Help Is On the Way. 4 of 11, 2 seconds. Winner last time out at Where's Bad Axe?
Oh, that's Michigan.
That's Michigan. Yeah.
Is it Michigan?
This is another 2
Yeah.
Michigan horses in here. The 3 and
Fastest
4.
this year, 2:01 and 2 at Hoosier Park. Here they come.
Here they come. They're off and trotting. The first horse away on the outside is Help Me, I'm Red. Racing in their second is Crossroads Ellen. Offside went Money Shot. And the last horse is Quick Picker Upper. As they make the turn now to head down the backside, the race over toward that quarter mile mark. Mark St. Louis has Help Me, I'm Red on top by 2.5 lengths. Trotting second is Crossroads Ellen, driven by Pierce Henry. Third is Money Shot, driven by Emmanuel Miller. And the last horse is Quick Picker Upper, driven by Clifton Bell. Going toward that quarter mile mark. There's no change. That's still Help Me, I'm Red with the lead. Racing second, Crossroads Ellen. Then comes Money Shot and Quick Picker Upper. First quarter trotted in 33 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's still with the lead. That's is Help Me, I'm Red. Crossroads Ellen trots second, followed by Money Shot and Quick Picker Upper. Coming to the half-mile mark, Mark St. Louis and Help Me, I'm Red shows on top. Sitting in the golden chair second is Pierce Henry with Crossroads Ellen. Right there third is Money Shot ready to move, and fourth is Quick Picker Upper. First half trotted in 105 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. Help Me, I'm Red still shows on top. Money Shot trots up on the outside second. Third along the rail, racing down the backside is Crossroads Evan. The last horse, Quick Picker Upper. Front 3 well bunch as they go to the 3/4 mile mark. Help Me, I'm Red still on top by 1.5 lengths. Money Shot racing second. Racing right there third is Crossroads Ellen. 3/4 and 136 and 2/5. Racing around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Help Me, I'm Red by 2.5 lengths over Money Shot. Crossroads Ellen racing third, and then comes Quick Picker Upper as they race for home. That's Help Me, I'm Red and Crossroads Ellen. It's going to be Help Me, I'm Red. Up for second is going to be Money Shot. And up for third is Crossroads Ellen. A mile and 2:05 and 2/5.
Last half, 1:05. Last quarter, 29 seconds. Help Me, I'm Red. And boy, you could tell that horse was red even down the backside.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. When the lights hit him, I mean, he looked like a shiny penny over there.
We didn't talk about that during the race, but we all three had the same thought. Actually, it's a chestnut. You know.
Yeah. Chestnut filly.
A lot of people don't want chestnuts.
You know, Susan Schroeder always says that she wouldn't have a chestnut. One of our best horses we ever had was a chestnut trotter, a final score.
You have to be a certain age not to want a chestnut.
Okay.
I mean, seriously. That was the thing 40 years ago. And no white feet. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Chestnut with white ankles. Woo! They even had one white ankle, something, 2 white, something, 3, 4, get rid of. I'm not sure exactly what the words went with that, but they had a different combination number of white ankles.
Mark St. Louis Jr. gets his second winning drive of the evening.
Back into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Grable, Indiana, comes number 4, Help Me, I'm Red. Owned by Double E Meadows, trained by Merv Schmucker, and driven to victory this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. The blanket for this race is the German Root Beer Stand 50th anniversary blanket. And the Vance family is in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. This is the 50th anniversary of the German root beer stand here at the Defiance County Fair. And understand it might be his last. Paul German might be retiring. But this is the German root beer stand trophy race. Let's have a big hand here for Ernie Schmucker, Clark St. Louis, Stacy Curry, and Samuel, and help me, I'm ready. There is a judge's inquiry in this race. There is a judge's inquiry in this race. Please hold all mutual tickets until the results are given as official.
So we have a delay.
Upcoming 13th, we're going to owe you a driver on the 1, Rankin. And the 4, Handover to Moon Inn.
You are correct. Unless Chris Page is going to make it here. Scioto may be wrapped up by now. I'm being facetious. Normally I stay up till past midnight to put on Facebook winning drives and things like that. I don't think I'll do that tonight.
You'll be up past
Well, you're going to
midnight.
be up past midnight.
But I think I'll wait and do it tomorrow.
You can sleep in because you already had breakfast. Maybe we can get a donut for on the way home.
They might be setting breakfast out at your hotel by the time we get there.
Yeah.
Well, that's
you might be late
it
for
starts
breakfast.
at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Well, might as well just
If I do
stay up for a couple hours.
If I do stay at your house, I got to leave at 5. Oh. I've been at the same hotel now for 6 days.
Been able to see much of Greenville, or you go back over to the fairgrounds at all, or just kind of a couple fairs in there too. You're up at Lima a couple days, right?
Where?
Lima. You went to Lima both days,
well, Lima
right?
both nights. It's the only time I get to see Ballinger. Still waiting on the judge's decision. Checking out the video. I've got to introduce this 13th race, so I'll send this to break with this special word.
Is there something special about this?
You'll get it when
okay.
I do it. Yeah. Been a long time coming. That's the name of a horse, isn't it? A long time coming.
All right, thanks, Matt.
Well, they've looked at the video. Now they'll discuss it and see if there's any change. I better go back to the 12th because it's not official as yet.
Could be a breaking horse, I assume.
Oh, I am surprised at the number of people that are still here. Down there in the beer garden, there's quite a crowd.
Yeah, there's quite a few. Yeah. Really a big crowd. One of the biggest crowds that we've witnessed this year.
We've lost about 2/3 of
oh,
the
yes,
crowd
we've
in the
definitely lost
grandstand.
2/3. Well, you're going to lose them. It is what, 10 o'clock, 10:05?
And as many kids, well, I see we've still got a few young.
Yeah, 9:30 you're going to lose your crowd usually.
There's no warm-ups, and it looks like somebody is taking upon themselves to come onto the track for the next race already. Hopefully a couple more trickle out here.
Unless they're warming up for the 15th.
Please don't talk like that, Roger.
We're not going 2 heats tonight, are we? Remember those days?
No, that dead heat. Those two are coming back
to race off. Years ago, and I think it was a home talent Colt Stake, they would have eliminations.
Really?
Yes, they would have eliminations. Remember the scorecard? Scorecard at Greenville years ago, the cardboard, the tag program.
I love that racing program.
It was just what,
3 or 4
inches wide.
3 inches, 3.5 wide.
Real long. Yep.
12, almost a foot.
Yep. And they drew years ago. They would draw for.
Official placings for race 12 from the top.
Number 1, Crossroads Allen, finished third, was placed second. Number 2, Money Shot, finished second, was placed third for failure to lose sufficient ground while on a break. Number 3, Quick Picker Upper, was fourth. Number 4, Help Me I'm Red, was the winner. Time of the first quarter was 33 seconds. The half was in 105 1/5. The 3/4 in 136 2/5, with a mile in 205 2/5. From the top it should read 2, 3, 4, 1 on the bottom, the mile in 205 2/5. Your tents to barns are now ready for you.
Race 13.
That brings us to the 13th race. 4-year-olds and up trot, signature series. Kermit Peter Memorial Trot, 2nd Division. Field of 5. Our penultimate race of the night, the 13th, after these messages.
Have you heard about Bob? It's the Buckeye Owner Bonus, the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association's new incentive program. The program is for people who purchase yearlings or retain their homebreds out of mares registered and eligible for the OHHA's Breeders' Award program at the upcoming 2025 sales. The total bonus will be 1/2 the amount designated for that year's Breeders' Award program. For more information about the Buckeye Owner Bonus, visit OHHA.com or call 614-221-3650.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at BigD'sWeb.com. Sign up for text messaging and receive $10 off your order. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Shot trackside after this race. The trophy presentation, along with the Kermit Peter Memorial blanket.
Drew Neal drives the 1, Rankin, for Judy Rogner, who sold a 2-year-old after 1 start lifetime. The second start won the Next Generation.
Raced his first career start at Paulding, though.
Oh, really?
Yes, I think finished 2nd or 3rd.
Oh, I thought
and then won at Sauter, that big mile.
I couldn't believe that final quarter, 26 and something.
Angus Hall, owned and trained by Judy Rogner of Groswell, Michigan. Driven this evening by Drew Neal. Lifetime earnings over $112,000. A lifetime mark 156 1/5. Number 2 is Bluebird Deacon. He's a bay gelding, 8 years old, by Swan for All, out of Little Revenue by Revenue S. Owned by Ernie Schmucker, Grable, Indiana. Trained by Merv Schmucker. Driven this evening by Pierce Henry. Lifetime earnings over $320,000. A lifetime mark 153 1/5. Number 3 is Tucky Girl. She's a bay mare, 5 years old, by Pine Tucky, out of Megan's Little Girl by Earl of Stormont. Owned by Rocking Meadow Stable of Grable, Indiana. Trained by Merv Schmucker. Driven this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. Lifetime earnings over $75,000. A lifetime mark 155 4/5. Number 4 is Hanover de Moon Inn. He's a bay gelding, 8 years old, by One Over de Moon by Hanera, out of Hanera Franco by Muscles Yankee. Owned by Chris Page in Delaware, Ohio. Trained by Tim Grubb. Driven this evening by Tyler Rice. Lifetime earnings over $89,000. This horse is making its first start ever probably at 1 mile here in the United States. Number 5 is Gotta Have Rhythm. He's a big gelding, 5 years old by Jitterbug out of Gotta Have More by Viva Roba. Owned and trained by Rory Moore of Grafton, Ohio. Driven this evening by Emmanuel Miller. Lifetime earnings over $81,000. A lifetime mark of 2 minutes. Those are your horses for the second division of the 2025 Kermit Peter Memorial Trot.
Percentage-wise, horses making their first start in the United States win at a better than 50% clip.
Really?
The reason is the purses are lower in Australia, New Zealand, Wales, Ireland, and such, and so they get in a lot cheaper.
Yes.
Over here in the States. Whether this will hold true with the 4-horse remains to be seen, but we'll see that rate to 2 back, 53-3 in New Zealand.
When I was younger, didn't know a lot about betting. That was my angle. Anytime I saw one first start, a couple qualifiers in the States, and then first start, I would bet it no matter who had it, who was driving it.
Yeah, now if this horse is going to race at the race meets, it'll have to qualify. But you do not have to qualify for that county fair.
Starter Mike Wepkenberger's called him in. Field of 5. Second division, the Kermit Peter Memorial Trot.
They're trying to pick up some of that time they've lost.
It is rolling now. Here they come. They're off and trotting. The first horse away at the rail is Rankin. Between horse and second is Bluebird Deacon. On the outside third is Hanover to Moon Inn. Moving up fourth is Gotta Have Rhythm. And the last horse is Tucky Girl. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Rankin, driven by Drew Neal, shows on top. Racing on the outside second is Bluebird Deacon, driven by Pierce Henry. Third is Hanover to Moon Inn, driven by Tyler Rice. Racing fourth is Gotta Have Rhythm, driven by Emmanuel Miller. And the last horse is Tucky Girl, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. Past that quarter-mile mark, that's still Rankin with the lead, followed by Bluebird Deacon, Hanover to Moon Inn. First quarter trotted in 29 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's Drew Neal and Rankin showing on top. Right there in the golden chair, second is Pierce Henry with Bluebird Deacon. Third is Hanover to Moon Inn. Racing fourth is I Gotta Have Rhythm, and farther back fifth coming to the half is Tucky Girl. Past the half-mile mark, that's Rankin by about a length and a half over Bluebird Deacon with Hanover to Moon Inn right there third. First half trotted in a minute flat. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Rankin. The closest horse second, Bluebird Deacon. Now flying up on the outside comes Hanover to Moon Inn. Also on the move is Gotta Have Rhythm. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. That's Rankin with the lead, but Hanover to Moon Inn is charging up on the outside second. Also on the move is racing is Gotta Have Rhythm. Past that 3/4 mile mark. That's Rankin with the lead, followed by Hanover to Moon Inn. 3/4 and 1:30 2/5. Racing around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. Rankin still shows on top. Hanover to Moon Inn charging on the outside second as they race for home. That's still Rankin with the lead. Hanover to Moon Inn on the outside. Rankin and Hanover to Moon. Hey, Rankin and Hanover to Moon Inn. It's going to be Rankin, and here they all come. Hanover to Moon Inn up for place. Gotta Have Rhythm for show.
But I was impressed with Hanover to Moon Inn. Going into the first turn, Pierce Henry's horse wore out just enough. He'd probably, any other horse, he'd have made a break. But Tyler kept him flat and got a 3-hole trip, pulled, and very...
Back half in a minute and a fifth.
We noticed how clean he is as far as equipment on that 4-horse.
Good-looking horse.
Yeah. Another one of Roger Law's events, besides horses coming in from New Zealand or Europe or such. Iowa. Well, you see a horse ship in from Iowa to race. It's a big market out there. A lot of trainers got connections out in Iowa and will buy those horses because they may have 20 starts, 10 or 15 wins, and only $16,000 on their card.
Well, we got one to go. 29 and 4, a minute, 1:30 and 2/5. 2 minutes and a fifth for Rankin.
Let's go. Coming in from Croswell, Michigan, comes number 1, Rankin. Owned and trained by Judy Rogner and driven to victory this evening by Drew Neal. Now, Rankin will receive both the Baton Stevens Body Shop blanket and the Current Peter Memorial, winning in a faster time here in this second division. First, we'll have a picture taken with the Baton Stevens Body Shop blanket.
His median probably is 3 because he's got a lot of triples, got a lot of grand slams. I think he had 5 at one fair. Hails from Prince Edward Island. Niall McKay up in Prince Edward was the first to tell me about Drew Neal 2 or 3 years ago.
Knew going in, I pretty much said at Paulding he was going to be one of the top drivers.
Yeah.
He's got a good ticket there with Rosie Weaver driving her horses. He's got some hot horses.
Well, he did last year too.
Yes.
At number 5, Gotta Have Rhythm, was third. Time of the first quarter was 29 and 4/5. The half was in a minute flat. The 3 quarters in 1:30 and 2/5, with a mile in 2 minutes and 1/5. From the top it should read 1, 5, 4, 2, 3 on the bottom. The mile in 2 minutes and 1/5.
Who feeds your need for new ideas for your family's best farm future? Ohio Farm Bureau. We work with our members to shape ag policy that will positively impact our industry. Farm Bureau is advancing business solutions to give you a competitive advantage. We help you gather information to stay ahead of important topics and technologies. Plus, Ohio Farm Bureau creates opportunities for growth. Ohio Farm Bureau, feeding your need for new ideas.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Midland Acres is proud to stand the prominent stallions, TCI, Long Tom, Ready for Money, Monty Mickey, Summa Cum Laude, and Bit of a Legend. With such great pedigree and speed in the stallion barn, Midland Acres will provide a diverse group of top yearlings in the sale ring for 2025. Visit us this fall at our consignments at the Blooded Horse Sale on August 26th, the Ohio Select Jug Sale on September 12th, and the Lexington Select Sale on September 29th through October 3rd. Let Midland Acres' experience in the industry lead you to the winner's circle.
We're back. We are back at Hicksville, Ohio, Defiance County Fair. Our 14th and final of the night, field of 4. Coming to the track. Sure they're going to take after the post break, going to be going right to the gate. So let's get started here with the 1. Nola Christian, Emmanuel Miller for Thomas Casey. This is a 3-year-old brown filly by Storm and Norman. First start of the year last year, had 7 starts, 3 wins, a second and a third, 14,000 $250 last year for the one, Nola Christian.
The 2 is Up Dog. Mervyn Schmucker, the owner, from Okeechobee, Florida. Pierce Henry drives, 11 starts, 2 wins, a second, 4 thirds, 156 at Hoosier Park. Winner last time out, Portland, Indiana. 202, final quarter, 29-1.
3, Lovely in Red, Cody Greeno for Ed Greeno Jr. E.G. Trot of Findlay. This is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by third Pat. 10 starts this year. Has 4 thirds, lifetime right at $12,000.
3 is Lovely. Excuse me. Lovely.
Lovely in Red. 4 is Crossroads Everly. Mervyn Schmucker drives, making its first career start. Field of 4.
Also eligible non-winners at $2,500 lifetime. Also eligible maidens going for a purse of $1,000 and a blanket courtesy of Defiance County Area Horsemen's Association. Number 1 is Nola Christian, owned and trained by Tom Casey of Defiance Springs, Florida, the driver Emmanuel Miller. Number 2 is Up Dog, owned by Rocking Meadow Stable of Grable, Indiana, trained by Merv Schmucker, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Lovely in Red, owned by E.G. Trot LLC of Findlay, trained and driven by Ed Greeno Jr. And number 4 is Crossroads Everly, owned by Vernon Schmucker of Fort Wayne, Indiana, trained by Merv Schmucker, the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate.
Lovely in Red is trained by Ed Greeno Jr. Cody Greeno, the driver. This 3-year-old chestnut filly is by third Pat. What is the breeding on this one? I can't even see it.
Yeah, it's just tough to read right now.
It's by third Pat, which I've never heard of a stallion named Third Pat. Out of the mare 2 Lovely by Lovin' Every Moment. 10 starts, 4 thirds this season. The last third was at Wapak in 2:03-2, final quarter 30-4. Since that, a 5th and a 7th place finish at Maria and Salina.
Field of 4 going right to the gate pretty directly. They will be across the line by 10:30. It is 10:24. The temperature is
about 66.
Probably dipping down there. Somebody sent a text or something out there on the OHHA feed, mentioned that in September now we're supposed to have some chilly days. They're saying
it's been a hot summer. I
Yes.
mean, we're kind of due for a little bit of a break. It's been a real hot summer. I can't think of a fair that I went to that wasn't hot and humid.
Mike Wepkenberg opens his wings up the gate for the final time tonight. A field of 4 making their way. The gate's rolling. It is post time. We're going to send it up to Bill Peters to give us one more call tonight. We're back at it. OHHA right here, the makeup day. Tuesday's races was canceled. Susan Schroeder and myself, Matt Clark, will be here at 10 a.m. Get up early and join us for 11 races from the Defiance County Fair on Saturday.
Off and trotting the first horse away is Nola Christian. Off stride now goes Up Dog. Taking over second is Lovely in Red. Moving up third along the rail is Crossroads Everly. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter mile mark, Emmanuel Miller has Nola Christian on top by 2.5 lengths. Trotting second is Lovely in Red, driven by Ed Greeno Jr. Third is Crossroads Everly, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. And the last horse going down the backside is Up Dog, driven by Pierce Henry. No change as they race to that quarter mile mark. That's still Nola Christian with the lead. Lovely in Red trots second, Crossroads Everly third, and Up Dog trails. First quarter trotted in 33 and 1/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, Nola Christian on top by 2 lengths over Lovely in Red. Third is Crossroads Everly, and fourth is Up Dog. 4 trotters pretty well bunched as they race down to the half-mile mark. That's Emmanuel Miller and Nola Christian bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second is Ed Greeno Jr. with Lovely in Red. Third is Crossroads Everly, and trailing is Up Dog. First half trotted in 105 and 1/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. They've got to catch Nola Christian. Lovely in Red trots second. Third is Crossroads Everly on the outside. Fourth is Up Dog. Going to the 3/4 mile mark with the lead, Nola Christian. Lovely in Red second. Up Dog is now third. Crossroads Everly fourth. Past the 3/4 mile mark. Nola Christian by about 3 lengths over Lovely in Red. Racing in their third is Up Dog with Crossroads Everly fourth. 3/4 in 136 and 2/5 as they race around the upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Nola Christian with the lead, followed by Lovely in Red. As they race toward home, Nola Christian and Lovely in Red. It's got to be Nola Christian wire to wire, and here they all come. Lovely in Red up for place. Crossroads Everly up for show. And 206.
206, Nola Christian. Manny Miller gets his 4th winning drive of the evening here at the Defiance County Fair.
Take top honors.
Second to 3, Lovely in Red. Third to 4, Crossroads Everly. And fourth, number 2, Up Dog. 33 and 1, 105 and 1, 36 and 2, home in 206.
And I got 10:29.
We were finished before 10:30 as the crowds head out. We mentioned we're going to be back here at 10 a.m. on Saturday morning. You thought you had Saturday off, right, Matt?
I sure did. I thought it was going to be a long weekend, but
it is what it is,
yep,
right?
Now we'll be at the fair, which is all right, too.
Always remember, if there's a fair near you, be there.
Seems like I am.
I'll tell you, I've seen more fans tonight stage for the last race than I've seen in a long time, even at the parimutuel tracks.
Comes number 1, Nola Christian, owned and trained by Tom Casey and driven director this evening by Emmanuel Miller. The blanket for this race is courtesy of the Defiance County Area Horsemen's Association.
We await the results here.
That's the smallest winner circle crowd we've had.
You're right. Looking down there, we're in the
one
paddock, or not the paddock, but I call it the clubhouse area, where the beer garden. That's kind of a neat little bar area
it
they
really
got
is.
there. It is.
Yeah.
The top. 1, Nola Christian was a winner. Number 2, Up Dog was 4th. Number 3, Lovely in Red was 2nd. And number 4, Crossroads Everly was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 33 and 1/5. The half was in 105 and 1/5. The 3/4 in 136 and 3/5, with a mile in 206. From the top it should read 142, 3 on the bottom, a mile in 206. Well, that concludes our racing this evening. I want to thank
Well, that's going to wrap it up for us here at Hicksville, Defiance County Fair. Matt, great job tonight as always. Enjoy being with you. We will see you tomorrow night. We'll all three be in Greenville.
Yep. Big night down
Bring
there.
your coveralls, maybe. I don't know what the weather's going to be like.
I might not have
tomorrow
packed right.
Well, we're farther south tomorrow night.
So for Matt Clark, Roger Houston, Doug Ballinger, so long from Hicksville, Ohio, till tomorrow night at the Darke County Fair in Greenville.
And don't forget, if there's a fair near you, be there.